Good morning to everyone here at the venue and all of those of you joining us online at home on worldrowing.com. I'm Jillian O'Mara, together in the tower with Luca Perugini, and we want to take this opportunity to bring you a bit of an update outside of Sabaudia, a bit of an update in the rowing world. Yesterday, the final Paralympic qualification regatta ended in Gavirate, northern Italy, and just to bring you an update about the results there, Brazil qualified 2 boats at that event, the PR1 women's single sculls and the PR3 mixed coxed 4. Germany qualified their men's PR1 single sculls. Australia qualified their PR2 mixed double sculls. Italy qualified their PR2 mixed double sculls. And Canada qualified their PR1 mixed coxed 4. So it was really great racing there in Gavirate yesterday, and fantastic to have those Paralympic qualification places, invitations handed out.
Buongiorno, buongiorno Sabaudia, buongiorno dalla torre d'arrivo, buongiorno mondo, perché siamo in diretta mondiale su worldrowing.com. A brevissimo inizieranno le gare, ma prima di entrare nel vivo qui a Sabaudia vorremmo cogliere questa opportunità per ricordare che parallelamente alla Coppa del Mondo a 800 km di distanza da qui, più precisamente a Gavirate, si sono concluse le qualificazioni per i Giochi Paralimpici. L'ultima chance, l'ultimo treno in partenza per il Giappone. Il Brasile, grazie all'eccellente performance, ha qualificato 2 imbarcazioni, Germania con Australia, Italia e Canada, una qualificazione a testa, quindi sono stati assegnati gli ultimi pass per i Giochi Paralimpici di Tokyo. Questi ragazzi a distanza di 50 giorni hanno acciuffato il sogno di una vita. Le condizioni qui sono perfette, siamo quasi pronti per iniziare.
Yeah, so coming back to Sabaudia, the conditions here looking beautiful for racing to get underway. Here in Sabaudia, we look out at the course, but just beyond the trees, there's also some beach out there. And Luca was saying earlier this morning that we should hold a coastal event there. So lots of opportunities here in Sabaudia for different racing.
Lo ricordavamo già in apertura, Sabaudia è un teatro eccellente per il canottaggio, non solo per il canottaggio olimpico, ma a pochi metri di distanza, grazie a quella bellissima lunga spiaggia, la possibilità di ospitare anche gli eventi di coastal rowing, come tra l'altro già confermato per il 2023. Noi ci prepariamo perché a brevissimo andremo ad annunciare e a seguire le prime finali B di giornata.
Just 2 minutes until we start with the B final of the men's pair. So up first this morning, the B final of the men's pair. There are 3 crews contesting this race. In lane 1, Switzerland. In lane 2, France 2. And in lane 3, the Czech Republic.
Finale B del 2 senza maschile per le posizioni dalla 7ª alla 9ª assoluta. In acqua 1 la Svizzera, in acqua 2 la Francia, in acqua 3 la Repubblica Ceca.
So this Swiss crew, they finished 12th at the World Cup in Lucerne just a few weeks ago, competing here in the B final again. The French crew is an under-23 crew, stroked by Théo Ré. They're moving up from the junior level. And in lane 3, the crew from the Czech Republic, coming out of the Czech 8. underway. The first race of today, of this morning's program in Sabaudia, and off to the best start. Well, it's a very tight 49 strokes a minute from the French, from the Swiss crews. All three crews going off about level here as the racing gets underway with this very exciting B final of the men's pair.
Ci siamo davvero, l'ultimo giorno, la giornata finale, la giornata che porterà all'assegnazione delle medaglie olimpiche è iniziata ufficialmente con la finale B del 2 senza maschile. In acqua 1 la Svizzera, in acqua 2 la Francia, in acqua 3 la Repubblica Ceca, una gara veramente equilibrata, ma mi piace al centro la partenza della Francia, è partita veramente molto forte questo equipaggio giovanissimo, classe 99-2001, lì a fare l'andatura 42 colpi al minuto.
They're just settling into their race rhythms there in France, getting the best start. This is their under-23 crew out here competing. We'll see them back again in Racice in a couple of weeks, but they come up from the junior level and they're still rating at 40 strokes a minute, but they've gotten themselves out to a nice lead as they approach the 400-meter mark. That's ahead of the Swiss and the Czech Republic.
Ci avviciniamo ai 400 metri e bella l'azione di questa formazione francese già selezionata anche per il campionato del mondo Under 23 e che quindi difenderà la propria nazione in chiave internazionale a caccia di un sogno iridato. Bene la Svizzera in acqua 1 che prova a rimanere agganciata alla Repubblica Ceca. Vi ricordo che questa piccola finale assegnerà le posizioni dalla 7ª alla 9ª mondiale. Sarà quindi fondamentale chiudere nel miglior modo possibile per riuscire comunque a registrare una performance di livello sulle acque del lago di Paola a Sabaudia.
So through 500 meters, and the French are in the lead just ahead of Switzerland and the Czech Republic. I'll take you out onto the water for the first time this morning and hand things over to Camilla at the 1,000-meter mark.
Thanks very much, Gillian. And a little bit more blustery here today at the 1,000-meter marker. We've got a bit of a kind of cross tailwind taking these pairs down the course, and it has been gusting up fairly high. The water not so much affected. It is quite sheltered on both sides here with the trees that separate the town and the beach on either side of the lake. But it is fairly strong. We can feel it on our faces, but it doesn't seem to be affecting these men's pairs, especially that young under-23 crew, as you've mentioned, Gillian. This combination of Rayet and Chamaran of France, just 21 and 19 respectively here. Théo Rayet in the stroke seat from Bergerac, just setting the pace here up at 38 strokes a minute, but it's certainly not easy for them because they do have two crews behind them in very close contention, and they've managed to keep that overlap. The Swiss especially, Scott Barlocker in the stroke seat, 23 years of age from Baden in Switzerland, the Baden Sports Personality of the Year, in fact, and he's managing to keep them in touch with the French. They're about 3/4 of a length behind in second, and they've got about 3/4 of a length in turn over the Czech Republic.
Bene, buongiorno, siamo con la prima, la semifinale, scusate, piccola finale B del 2 senza maschile senior. Grande partenza per i giovanissimi della Francia che si sono imposti già nelle prime battute. Al passaggio, vediamo ai 1000 metri, al comando nettamente con oltre una imbarcazione di vantaggio sulla Svizzera che cerca di tenere la distanza ideale per proseguire alla ricerca, diciamo, di una posizione ideale. Vi ricordo, anche se sono le finali B, diciamo, grande interesse sotto l'aspetto tecnico per un risultato degno a livello internazionale qui in questa terza prova della Coppa del Mondo di Sabaudia.
So the French have managed to break clear just as they move away from us. They're now just over a length ahead of the Swiss, who have just caught a couple of bits of water, it looks like, from here. And I think probably under pressure from the fast-moving Czechs. I had to check the rate meter just as they went past me. They were up at 42 strokes a minute and closing very quickly as they came towards you at 1,500, Tim.
Thanks, Camilla. It's looking really good here for the young French combination there. They're still up on the rest of the field. They have a length clear water to the young Swiss crew right to their left-hand side. And then it's the high-rating crew from the Czech Republic in hot pursuit, but not really making up any grounds. We have a lovely tailwind condition. It's a bit blustery even here at the 1,500-meter mark, but the French crew look to be very stable in their rowing, very nice cohesion in that crew. They power away at the 1500 meter mark. So the crew from the Czech Republic actually now slipping into the second position here in the B final of the men's pair, with the crew from Switzerland struggling a little bit as they move towards the Red Buoy area. But the young French combination looking smooth, looking very good, and that's a nice race to open this finals day with here at the World Cup 3 in Sabaudia as they come towards you, Gillian and Luca, in the tower.
Thanks, Tim. I think this is great experience for that French crew, getting a race in here and being able to race out in the lead, looking back on their competitors. It'll be very interesting to see what happens between the Swiss and the Czech Republic. They're going about level at the moment as they come towards the red buoys.
Stiamo entrando nelle boette rosse, gli ultimi 250 metri, la prima finale B che di fatto taglia il nastro su questa nostra giornata di finali, la giornata conclusiva con le prove generali, anche delle immagini che dal satellite arriveranno per tutte le finali A. Al centro la marcia importante e preziosa della Francia, questa nuova accoppiata già selezionata per i mondiali Under 23, sarà il 2 senza da tenere sotto controllo. La lotta è tutta per la seconda e terza posizione, con Svizzera che attacca la Repubblica Ceca facendosi veramente pericolosa.
So coming up to the line, the French still out in the lead, Switzerland charging hard. The Czech Republic, I think, not going to have the time to make up the distance that they needed to get back into that second spot in this B final. So coming up to the line, France will take the win in the B final, 7th place overall. Switzerland coming through in second, that will give them 8th, and the Czech Republic coming through, that will give them 9th place overall.
Ed ecco quindi che sul traguardo abbiamo anche la conferma con la vittoria della Francia, che di fatto, vincendo la piccola finale, si va ad aggiudicare il 7° posto assoluto mondiale. Al secondo posto la Svizzera, terza la Repubblica Ceca.
Up next, the B final of the women's quadruple sculls.
La prossima è la finale B del 4 di coppia femminile.
In lane 1, Egypt. In lane 2, the Czech Republic. In lane 3, Italy 2. In lane 4, Netherlands 2. And in lane 5, Poland 2.
Egitto in acqua 1, Repubblica Ceca in acqua 2, il primo equipaggio azzurro in acqua 3 con Linda De Filippis, Elisa Mondelli, Paola Piazzolla e Ludovica Serafini in acqua 4, l'Olanda in acqua 5 la Polonia.
So this race just underway now, and fantastic to see such a big entry in the women's quadruple sculls. 11 crews competing here, making a 5-crew B final in the women's quadruple sculls. So really interesting to see that. We'll expect to see great stuff from Italy too, and the Netherlands too. They just missed out on those A finals yesterday in some really great repechage racing. And as they get out to a start, the Netherlands making the best of it at this very early stage in the race.
In partenza veramente eccellente lo sprint delle azzurre, che cercano di rimanere agganciate all'Olanda, acqua 3 ed acqua 4, una formazione azzurra rivista perché al posto di Carmela Pappalardo, ritirata per problematiche, un leggero infortunio, abbiamo in gara Paola Piazzolla, medagliata nella specialità del singolo pesi leggeri ed oggi protagonista appunto con le azzurre. Vedremo se questo innesto potrà aiutare la formazione, l'Olanda lì ancora davanti quando ci avviciniamo oramai ai 500 metri di gara.
So the Italian crew racing with a sub on board, Paola Piazzolla, who medaled in the lightweight women's single sculls, and she's now out there on the water again today racing with that Italian crew in the 3-seat. And as they're coming up to the 500-meter mark, Italy just trailing slightly. The Netherlands is out to the lead, rating 37 strokes a minute, stroked by Bente Pauwels, sister of Ilse Pauwels, who will be competing later today in the lightweight women's double sculls. So they come up to 500-meter mark, the Netherlands still out in the lead.
Una bellissima chicca, quella appunto appena lanciata anche in inglese, perché in questa gara è un affare di famiglia, possiamo dire così, appunto con i colori dell'Olanda. Attenzione perché la sorella della capovoga di questa sfida sarà poi impegnata nella specialità del doppio leggero, quindi vedremo appunto chi delle due riuscirà davvero a raggiungere il tetto del mondo. Comunque l'Olanda lì davanti a fare l'andatura. Sulla Polonia le azzurre sono quarte al passaggio dei primi 500 metri.
So as they come towards you, Camilla, the Netherlands out to about a boat length lead.
Yes, and you mentioned Bente Paulus already in the stroke seat. It runs in the family, fast boats with her. We'll see her sister Ilse a little bit later on, but they are still out in front. They're up at 35 strokes a minute. The trailing pack at the moment, it's all of those crews that were in pursuit of their first cruise yesterday. So the likes of Poland, Italy too, the Czech Republic and Egypt. Egypt's just a little bit off the pace at the moment. The rest of the crews still in contention. The best of the rest, Poland currently coached by Marcin Badagowski. This young crew here with an average age of just slightly over 20, doing extremely well to fend off the charge from the Czech Republic. It's then Italy in fourth, and you've mentioned the sub Paola Piazzolla, who's joined in middle pair by a very important person actually, Elisa Mondelli, sister of the great Filippo Mondelli, who we had that great remembrance service for this weekend, and I'm sure racing with lots of pride. But as they come past us at the 1,000, it's the Netherlands with clear water ahead of Poland. It's then half a length back to the Czech Republic, and in turn half a length back to Italy in fourth ahead of Egypt.
Bene, grande passaggio qui ai 1000 metri, vediamo leggermente un po' in ritardo, ma sta attaccando adesso a 100 metri, diciamo dopo la prima metà percorso di gara, la Italia di De Filippis, Mondelli, Serafini, Piazzolla. Questo innesto sicuramente potrebbe essere interessante per vedere nelle ultime battute se riesce a rimanere fra le prime tre partecipanti. Vediamo grande attacco anche all'esterno della Polonia, con Olanda a condurre nettamente sulle altre. Sarà interessante gli ultimi 500 metri a vedere se l'Italia di De Filippis con l'innesto di Paola Piazzolla, Elisa Mondelli e Ludovica Serafini riusciranno a rimanere nella piazza sicuramente interessante fra le prime tre classificate.
So heading towards you now, Tim, it's that very good and developing Dutch crew with the under-23 world champions and junior world champions on board that take the lead.
Yes, Camilla, the Dutch are really relishing these tailwind conditions. It's the crew looks a bit more cohesive than they did yesterday in the rep. It looks really sharp, really well drilled, and they have moved out to more than a length of clear water. In fact, over the fast Polish crew close to me here for my commentary position. But it's everything to play for the Polish crew, still in second position. I think the Italians just moving past the Czech Republic to claim third spot at the 1500 meter mark, but the Czechs definitely not out of it, just a canvas back on the Italians. But the Dutch look really good. The Egyptian quad dropping off the back of the pack as we speak. Still 500 meters left to row, but the race for the first for seventh position in this women's quadruple sculls place will, I think, go to the Dutch. They look in command in this B final, but behind them it's a very nice little fight developing between Poland, Italy too, and the Czech Republic.
That's right, Tim, and it's so fun to see these second crews competing out here on the water. They will hopefully take the shoes of the first crews later on in their rowing careers, and the Netherlands are really striding out as they come towards the last 200 meters.
Ci avviciniamo agli ultimi 250 metri, una gara che sta particolarmente a cuore all'Italia. Se da un lato al comando c'è l'Olanda, al centro le azzurre stanno combattendo dal quarto al terzo posto ed ora l'assalto anche al secondo posto. A bordo c'è anche Elisa Mondelli, la sorella di Filippo Mondelli, e ci piace veramente vedere che una tradizione di famiglia continua mettendoci il cuore, grinta, carattere. Passiamo al secondo posto.
Oh, the Italians making a fantastic charge here, getting into that second spot just behind the Netherlands with that substitute on board. A really great race for them here today. Netherlands coming up to the line. Italy's looking set to take that second spot in the B final of the women's quadruple sculls, and I think they're going to pull it off as they come just to the line now. The Netherlands, 7th overall, winning the B final. Italy has just done it to take that 8th spot, second in the B final, followed by the Czech Republic and Poland. Then we look back to Egypt, who will come through 11th overall.
L'ho azzardata, ma certe volte il cuore e l'emozione aiutano a fare quel salto in avanti. Dal quarto al secondo posto, grandi azzurre, seconde dietro l'Olanda. Questo l'arrivo ufficiale che di fatto permette all'Italia di acciuffare l'8º posto assoluto con questo 4 di coppia alle spalle dell'Olanda, come vi dicevo, capace di conquistare la vittoria, una vittoria costruita per tutto il percorso. Quindi Olanda prima in questa finale B, al secondo posto l'Italia a chiudere questa finale B del 4 di coppia femminile, il terzo posto della Repubblica Ceca.
Coming down the course now, the B final of the women's single sculls. In lane 1, the Netherlands 2. In lane 2, Norway. In lane 3, Great Britain 2. In lane 4, Switzerland. In lane 5, France. And in lane 6, Denmark.
Siamo ora con la finale B del singolo femminile. In acqua 1 l'Olanda, in acqua 2 la Norvegia, in acqua 3 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 4 la Svizzera, acqua 5 la Francia, acqua 6 la Danimarca.
This is a very tight race at the front of the field. Almost 6 boats directly across from each other as they come up towards the 400-meter mark. The British sculler, Catherine Wilkinson-Feller, just going level pegging together with Audrey Feutry of France. And I think it's going to be a lot to determine who will win this B final in the women's single sculls. But so fantastic to see 6 boats across as they come up to the 500-meter mark.
Una gara di quelle veramente incredibili, il singolo femminile con 6 equipaggi ancora sulla stessa linea dopo i primi 500 metri. Cerca la Gran Bretagna in questo momento, in acqua numero 3, di provare a scappare leggermente, ma la Svizzera riesce comunque a rimanere agganciata, quasi a non voler permettere all'atleta di Sua Maestà di andare in fuga. Sono tutte in meno di un secondo al passaggio dei primi 500 metri.
So through 500 meters, and it is the British sculler who's in the lead, but just barely. So Camilla out there on the water, can you split any of these crews apart for us?
Well, the answer is not really, Gillian, to be honest. It's so close behind Katie Wilkinson-Feller, and to be honest, they're all still surrounding her through this 600-metre marker. It was a strong start for her yesterday as well, but she unfortunately got rowed through to be demoted here to this B final this morning. The strong sculler from Tideway Sculler School in London in the UK actually holds the RP3 record for 5 kilometres, which stands at 17 minutes and 37 seconds. So very, very quick indeed. She's got lots of strength, this up-and-coming British sculler. And she leads the way still as it stands at the moment, but in hot pursuit, it is still the Swiss sculler, Fabienne Schweitzer, from Lucerne, where we were racing just a couple of weeks ago. That's her hometown, and she's just really trying to move here with the tailwind conditions that we've got. It's still a little bit of a crosswind coming across the course, but all of these single scullers dealing extremely well with that. So it's Wilkinson-Feller now who's got about 3/4 of a length lead, if not a little shy of that, ahead of Schweitzer of Switzerland. It's then absolutely level pegging. I think if I was to choose any of these other scullers, probably Astrid Steenberg of Denmark in lane number 6 has just got the advantage over the far side of the fields, Jenny Roervik and Lisanne Brandsma of the Netherlands, and then just half a length back to Audrey Fautry of France. But nothing much to split this field, all overlap between each of these single scullers. And as we close in on the 1,000-metre marker, it's still Great Britain's Wilkinson Feller by just shy of 3/4 of a length ahead of Switzerland.
Nella fase seconda, vediamo al passaggio ai 1000 metri, si va a identificare ancora meglio questa partenza che ha tenute tutte e 6 le concorrenti abbastanza vicino fra di loro, ma man mano abbiamo visto la Inghilterra che ha preso leggermente il comando, ma con la Svizzera e la Danimarca che si fanno interessanti. Un attacco adesso proprio della Danimarca che si porta quasi sulla stessa linea, con Svizzera e Gran Bretagna a fare da conduttrice in questa finale B del singolo senior femminile.
Well, they're about to hit the 1250-metre marker, and not much change in terms of positions, but I think just a little bit more comfortable, in fact, for Katie Wilkinson Feller out in front. Still Fabian Schweitzer in second, and then trying to make a mark on that 3rd place for that 9th place overall. Astrid Steenberg of Denmark just looking that little bit more solidified in 3rd place, but still enough room here for a sprinting finish, Tim.
Yes, because there's precious little between the two front runners, Camilla. I can see that that Katie Wilkinson Feller from Great Britain is still in the lead, but it's not by much, because the sculler from Switzerland, Fabienne Schweitzer, is closing the gap. It's just a canvas separating these two scullers. And as you mentioned, in hot pursuit is also Astrid Steenberg from Denmark, the former University of Southern California rower, who's looking very nicely, actually underrated the two front runners by a couple of pips at the 1500-meter mark. And I have to say, Fabienne Schweitzer looks good with 500 meters left to go. She's looking really dynamic, really powerful at the second part of the stroke, really heaving her single scull through the water. And she's actually level pegging with Wilkinson Feller from Great Britain as they come in front of my commentary position. Still Astrid Steenberg in 3rd position, and I think 4th is Roervik from Norway, followed closely by Fautry from France, and 6th position is for Lisanne Brandsma from the Netherlands. But out in front, it's a very nice race here in the B final between Wilkinson Feller from Great Britain and Schweitzer from Switzerland.
Yeah, interesting to see that strategy from Fabienne Schweitzer. Reminds me of Janine Gemellen, where she really makes that move in that 3rd quarter of the race. She's just done it to take the lead ahead of the British sculler as they come towards us in the finish tower.
Stiamo entrando negli ultimi 250 metri ed è una gara che potrebbe tranquillamente essere una finale A. Guardate che grande battaglia sul lago di Paola per riuscire a chiudere questa finale B, che però, se chiusa, lo ricordiamo ancora, in prima posizione garantirà la 7ª assoluta in chiave mondiale. Al centro bella l'azione dell'atleta della Gran Bretagna che con la Svizzera sta lottando per la piazza che conta, ma all'esterno mi piace l'azione anche della Francia, che dall'8 è passata al singolo quasi per poter rincorrere la posizione di riserva per i Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo. Ed ecco che così in chiusura si vola verso il traguardo con la Francia che cerca di rientrare, ma è la Svizzera oramai in solitaria agli ultimi 100 metri.
So Fabienne Schweitzer out to the lead here. She's taken a boat length in this sprinting section of the race, and she looks set to take the win in the B final. Wilkinson Feller just trying to hang on from Great Britain. She will take that 2nd spot here in the B final, and then it's a very close race between the Danish and the Norwegian scullers as they come to the line now. Denmark will take the 3rd spot in the B final, followed by Norway. Then we look back to the French sculler Audrey Fautry, and coming through in 6th in the B final will be Lisanne Brandsma of the Netherlands.
Sul traguardo subito la conferma con la vittoria della Svizzera davanti alla Gran Bretagna. Alla 3ª posizione la Danimarca, che è riuscita a rientrare in chiusura nelle ultime battute.
On the course now, the B final for the men's single sculls. In lane 1, Germany 2. In lane 2, Hungary 1. In lane 3, Poland 2. In lane 4, Denmark 2. In lane 5, Great Britain 2. And in lane 6, Brazil.
Ultima finale B di questa Coppa del Mondo, la finale B del singolo maschile, poi le finali con l'assegnazione delle medaglie a questa terza tappa mondiale. Germania in acqua 1, Ungheria in acqua 2, Polonia in acqua 3, la Danimarca in acqua 4, Gran Bretagna in acqua 5 e il Brasile in acqua 6.
We saw a great race yesterday from Poland's Piotr Plominski. He made it, just missed out on the A final, coming here to this B final, and he's currently in the lead as these crews approach the 500-meter mark. But behind him, another very close race in the B final of the men's single sculls. Very little to pull apart between the Hungarian sculler, Denmark, and Great Britain too, as they come through 500 meters.
Ci avviciniamo ai 500 metri ed è bello vedere la Polonia che con grande determinazione lì al centro del percorso a lottare per prendersi la piazza che merita. Ieri rimasto escluso dalla finale A veramente per pochissimi centesimi, oggi la voglia di una rivincita. Lui, giovanissimo, classe 2001, a far grande la Polonia in acqua 3 per la seconda e terza posizione. Vediamo bene in questo istante Ungheria e Danimarca che provano comunque a rimanere agganciate al gruppo di testa.
Camilla, they're coming your way, and it's still Plominski out to the lead, the young Polish sculler.
Yes, just 20 years of age, Piotr Plominski of Poland, as he leads the way here in this B final. He's up at 36 strokes a minute, and he's created quite a nice cushion for him between himself and the rest of the field. In second place at the moment, but only just, I must say, it's the Danish sculler Bastian Secker, the man from California, Berkeley, who is here was a strong junior on the ergo and is now stepping up to race at the senior level here for Denmark in the single scull. Very brave to do so, but he's in second place currently, but being chased hard by a lot of very talented scullers around him as well, as it's the Hungarian Bendogas Petavari Molnar that sits in third, the Rio single sculler, and a coastal rower, which might actually help him through these conditions, as it is a cross tailwind that is picking up more and more so throughout this morning's session, and he will sit currently in third place ahead of Great Britain and Brazil. But a nice little gap here that Piotr Plominski of Poland just over a length back to Denmark, ahead of Germany's Stefan Riemekasten, who's actually slipped into second ahead of Petavari Molnar.
Bene, prosegue la corsa, vediamo, del giovanissimo della Polonia, intrapreso agli ultimi 750 metri il comando di questa finale B e prosegue nella corsa al passaggio ai 1000 metri. Ha incrementato nettamente il vantaggio sulla Gran Bretagna e la Danimarca per le prime tre posizioni. Inserito anche l'Ungheria in queste ultime battute. Vediamo ben 4 atleti vicino fra di loro per gestirsi e contendersi questa finale B del singolo senior maschile.
So as the 20-year-old Plominski continues to take handles on this race, I suspect a challenge will be coming on the left-hand side from the more experienced Stefan Riemekasten, the medalist at junior under-23 level for Germany, is now really trying to improve on his race through the semi-finals. He tried a bit of a different race plan in yesterday's racing and it didn't work out for him, so he's looking to rectify that here now, Tim.
Yes, Camilla, he's looking very smooth, but he's got a lot of work to do in the final 500 meters of this race, because he's still a length, almost a little over a length behind the leading duo. We can actually see Plominski from Poland struggling a bit in this in the latter stages of the third 500, and coming into the last 500, it's actually Bastian Secher from Denmark who is in the lead and rode through the young Polish sculler who seems to be paying for his efforts in the first part of this race. And going with him is Tideway Scullers rower George Osborne from Great Britain. He's also looking very good, and he has a very high boat speed coming into the last quarter of this race. So it's not over yet. So Denmark looking very good to take the win in this B final. But watch out for Great Britain too. George Osborne from the young sculler from Great Britain, who is also coming to the front of this race, as Piotr Plominski is really struggling to cling on to second or perhaps even third position in this B final.
I think that's right, Tim. Plominski maybe just going out a bit too hard. He's starting to fail here as they come towards the final meters, and George Bourne really having a fantastic sprint. Can he get anything back on Bastian Sesker as they come into the line?
Gran Bretagna, Danimarca oppure la Polonia, sono tre le nazioni in questo momento ancora a darsi grande battaglia. Mi piace molto l'azione dell'atleta danese, lui un atleta poliedrico che è passato dalla specialità del due senza ai mondiali 2019 al comando in singolo a Sabaudia nel singolo maschile, ultimi 100 metri.
Bastian Secher of Denmark, up to 40 strokes a minute here as he comes towards the line. He's looking set to take the win in the B final of the men's singles sculls. And he's just got about 3 more strokes to go. George Bourne right on his tail for Great Britain too. And then a huge sprint from Hungary to pass the Polish scholar Plominski. So up to the line, it was Denmark through the line first, then Great Britain. Then we had Polish scholar Petevari Molnar. And then behind him, Poland, Plominski. And I'll wait for the final places to come up on the screen just to confirm everything for you through the B final of the men's single sculls.
Un arrivo veramente veloce, un arrivo che ha permesso di vedere l'azione di questo atleta danese poliedrico, classe 1999, vi dicevo, una carriera costruita in due senza, al mondiale del 2019 appunto titolare di questa specialità, poi la scelta di passare in singolo e quindi probabilmente ha avuto ragione la direzione tecnica danese, perché qui sul traguardo è andato a conquistare questa finale B. La seconda piazza è andata alla Gran Bretagna, terza posizione all'Ungheria.
So through the finish line there, confirming these places for you. Denmark came through in first, Great Britain in second, Hungary in third, Poland in fourth, fifth went to Germany, and sixth to Brazil. So that was it for this morning's B finals. We get underway with the A finals in the Olympic boat classes at 10:35.
Grazie ancora a tutti voi per essere stati con noi in questo programma riservato alle finali B. Le finali A inizieranno alle ore 10:35 con l'assegnazione delle medaglie sulle acque del lago di Paola. Restate con noi.
That's the 5-minute mark until we get underway with the first A finals of today. We start with the women's pair at 10:35. The weather has shifted around just a little bit. We get a little bit more tailwind coming down the course, a few more bumps on the water as well. So a little bit more of a challenge for the athletes out there on the water, but they're surely used to these types of conditions as well. So we start with the women's pair. Then we move on to the men's pair. We go through the doubles, the fours, the lightweight doubles, the quads, the singles, and on to the men's 8 at 1:30 this afternoon. So it's a completely full program that we have for you coming up today. I'm joined in the tower by Luca Brogini, who is just out down below. He's just run up the stairs, and he's next to me here in the tower. So, Luca, we're expecting some fantastic Italian races this afternoon.
Yes, Gillian, you are exactly right. We've got some really interesting racing, especially because Italy is sort of testing a lot of different crews. So there are new combinations, and maybe in some events they double up as well. So we'll see what this World Cup in Sabaudia will take. But at the same time, from the World Cup, there will be crews that will go straight to Tokyo and will be selected using this World Cup race. So we've got 2 hours really intense, and of course Italian rowing will use this opportunity to take their best athletes towards the Olympic Games.
Yeah, what a selection moment for the Italian team. So we know it's going to be intense racing out there on the water. We can expect the Italian teams to be going absolutely full blast out of the starting blocks and towards us here at the finish line.
Ritorniamo in italiano per poter andare così a dare una panoramica sul nostro programma delle finali A. Partiremo alle 10:35, quindi tra pochissimi minuti, con la finale A del 2 senza femminile, e proseguiremo la nostra grande cavalcata fino alle ore 13:32. L'ultima partenza sarà quella riservata all'8 maschile. Nel mezzo tutte le finali in barca olimpica, con tanti grandi campioni del mondo, atleti medagliati in chiave internazionale, pronte a fare grande l'Italia con un bello spettacolo.
Now for the A final of the women's pair. In lane 1, Great Britain 2. In lane 2, Great Britain 1. In lane 3, Italy 1. In lane 4, Croatia. In lane 5, the Czech Republic. And in lane 6, Denmark.
La prima finale A del nostro programma è il 2 senza femminile, una specialità che sta particolarmente a cuore all'Italia, protagonista sia ai Giochi di Londra che ai Giochi di Rio. In acqua 1 la Gran Bretagna, e anche in acqua 2, in acqua 3 l'Italia, acqua 4 la Croazia, acqua 5 la Repubblica Ceca, acqua 6 la Danimarca.
So in lane 1 for Great Britain, Samantha Redgrave and Susanna Deer. Just getting locked in at the start line. In lane 2, also for Great Britain, Alice Davies and Heidi Long. Heidi Long, the experienced under-23 rower, several medals from the under-23 championships in the last few years. In lane 3 for Italy.
Aisha Rocek e Kiri Tonto Donati che ritornano in 2 senza.
In lane 4 for Croatia, Ivana and Josipa Jurkovic. They finished first at the World Rowing Cup, the first World Rowing Cup. In lane 5, the Czech Republic, Santrakova and Flamikova. They were second at that first World Rowing Cup. And in lane 6, Denmark, Fie Udby Eriksson and Hedvig Rasmussen.
Italy, Croatia, Czech Republic, second.
And that's a green light for the first medal final here in Sabaudia on this Sunday's day of racing. We'll expect to see big stuff from this Danish crew, this new combination from Denmark. They just managed to qualify a few weeks ago at the final Olympic qualification regatta, but they've got Fie Edby Eriksson on board, silver medalist from back in London in the women's singles. She's made this switch over into sweep rowing and gone together with Hedvig Rasmussen. So we'll expect to see great things from them, but making the best start actually are the two British crews in lanes 1 and 2.
Una di quelle gare che vuoi tenere veramente sotto controllo. Per darvi una panoramica generale delle avversarie delle azzurre, in acqua 1 e 2 la Gran Bretagna con due equipaggi che guardano al progetto Parigi 2024. In acqua 3 le azzurre, acqua 4 e 5 le prime e seconde classificate in Coppa del Mondo, alla prima prova di Coppa del Mondo. In acqua 6 invece la Danimarca, equipaggio appena qualificato per i Giochi di Tokyo, formato con una delle due atlete medagliate a Londra 2012 nella specialità del singolo. Insomma, grandi avversarie, mi piace l'azione davvero al centro per Croazia e Repubblica Ceca. L'Italia in questo momento è ultima, ma comunque sempre in corsa.
So it was a bit of a sluggish start from the Danish crew, but they found the lead here as they come up to the 400-meter mark, still being challenged hard by the two British crews. And of course, very little in it at this early stage in the race. They come up to the 500-meter mark and will go out to the water to Camilla Hadlands to walk us through the middle part of this race.
Thanks, Gillian. And yes, I think it is worth noting how much the conditions have changed since our B finals this morning. The wind swung round, so it's almost a direct tailwind coming down the course from start to finish that will be helping these pairs along. And it is fairly strong, quite a stiff wind. The water a little bit bumpy, but I suspect as we progress down the course, it will get a little bit bumpier. But here at the 1,000 metres, not looking too bad for these pairs and making the best of the conditions at the moment. It is the pair that looked so good at the final Olympic qualification regatta, Eriksson and Rasmussen of Denmark. Of course, Hedvig Rasmussen in the bow seat out of that women's 4 in 2019 that did so well for Denmark, getting that bronze medal at the Linz World Championships and qualifying that boat in the process. But Denmark have decided, pairing her up with the great Fie Edby Eriksson, the great sculler, looks like their best chance for Tokyo, and it seems to me that they are really powering down the course in lane 6, which is closest to us here at the timing marker. Then over on the far side, it is Great Britain 1, I think, that's just starting to wrestle away from Great Britain 2, although they are going toe-to-toe. These two crews, both from Leander Club, that's based in Henley-on-Thames in the UK, will be very used to training with each other. For Great Britain 1, Alice Davis, who learnt to row at Bristol University, Heidi Long in the bow seat, and Susie Deer and Sam Redgrave for Great Britain 2 are absolutely dead level in second. But trying to spoil the party, it's actually the Jerkovic twins, Josipa and Ivana Jerkovic of Croatia. These twins have been racing all season together. They had victory on their home waters at the Zagreb World Cup, and they're now making their move into the 1,000-metre marker to try and get their bow balls into second, which I think they'll do. So it's Denmark out by just shy of a length ahead of Croatia that move into second. It's then Great Britain 2, Susie Deer and Sam Redgrave that are half a canvas into third ahead of Great Britain 1. It's then the Czech Republic, followed by Italy.
Prima finale del due senza femminile, vediamo al passaggio ai 1000 metri, sicuramente qui dobbiamo cercare di incalzare. Il nostro equipaggio è rimasto leggermente attardato, ma vediamo un attacco incessante all'esterno della Danimarca che si sta proiettando veramente alla grande a porsi al comando sulla Croazia, a seguire l'Inghilterra in acqua 2 con l'Italia che cerca di rimanere a contatto con le prime 4 posizioni.
Denmark still looking very cool, calm and collected. Fie Edby Eriksson in the stroke seat, 35 strokes a minute. They're underrating the rest of the field by at least 2 or 3 strokes a minute. If we look at them in comparison to the Croatians that sit in second, the Jerkovic is really tapping it along into this tailwind up at 38 strokes a minute. But it has gained them some distance ahead of Great Britain 2, who sit over in lane number 1. They're still in third, but only just having to fight it out now, not only with their countrymen from Great Britain 1, but the Czech Republic also coming into the picture here for Flamikova and Santrakova, Tim.
Camilla, the Czech pair definitely moving in the third quarter of this race, but out in front it's that Danish crew. The only boat in this A final going to Tokyo, and boy do they look strong coming through the 500 meter mark, 500 to go meter mark. It's very lengthy stroke coming off the Danish pair, still out in front by about a length and a little bit of clear water, but the Jurkovic twins from Croatia also looking very strong, definitely overrating the rest of the Danish crew, but also a lovely tussle there between the Project Paris, the development crews from Great Britain, closest to the grandstand area, having a great race between Great Britain 1 and Great Britain 2 for the minor places, but it's difficult to call from my position but Denmark still looks very good for the gold medal, followed by Croatia, and then it's going to be very tight for the bronze medal, Gillian.
That's absolutely right, Tim. I think it's going to be between those two British pairs for that bronze medal. Be interesting to see how they sprint it out as they come towards the red buoys, but Denmark definitely looking dominant in this race.
Negli ultimi 250 metri il gioco si fa duro e i duri iniziano a giocare. Guardate, se al comando la Danimarca oramai è solitaria per la seconda posizione, ci prova la Croazia in questo momento. La Croazia che costruisce il due senza, normalmente mettendo insieme storie di famiglie, dai fratelli Sinkovic alle gemelle. Ecco in chiusura per questi ultimi 100 metri che separano l'arrivo dei Sabaudia a questa prima finale A.
Just 100 meters left, and the Danish are absolutely sprinting here. They have actually taken their rate up to 38 strokes a minute, having rated so low through the middle part of this race. They're looking set to take the win here in the women's pair, the A final of the women's pair, and what a tight race between Great Britain 1 and Great Britain 2 for that bronze medal. But across the line, Denmark will take the gold. Then it's nothing between Croatia and Great Britain 2 for that silver and bronze medal. I'll wait to confirm that when it comes up on the screen. Then we have Great Britain 1, followed by the Czech Republic and Italy.
Ve l'avevamo annunciato, questa è una di quelle gare che ti resta nel cuore ed ecco lo spettacolo a Sabaudia con la prima finale A. Vittoria della Danimarca, al secondo posto le gemelle croate, al terzo posto medaglia di bronzo la Gran Bretagna in acqua 1.
So it was the win for Denmark, and then that silver medal went to Croatia, just a fraction of a second ahead of Great Britain 2, who will take the bronze medal. Up next, the A final for the men's pair.
Siamo già pronti per la prossima finale, la finale A del due senza maschile.
In lane 1, Germany. In lane 2, Great Britain 2. In lane 3, Italy 1. In lane 4, Croatia 1. In lane 5, Great Britain 1. And in lane 6, Croatia 2.
In acqua 1 la Germania, in acqua 2 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 3 gli azzurri. Ritorna la formazione di Rio de Janeiro, i Giochi Olimpici del 2016, con Giovanni Abagnale e Marco Di Costanzo. In acqua 4 la Croazia, 5 ancora Gran Bretagna, 6 il secondo equipaggio croato.
So in lane 1 for Germany, in the stroke seat, Mark Kaman. And in the bow seat, Friedrich Dunkel. In lane 2 for Great Britain 2, in the bow seat, James Vogel. And in the stroke seat, Ryan Todhunter. There's the Italian crew in lane 3, Giovanni Abagnale and Marco Di Costanzo, the returning combination from Rio, where they finished with that bronze medal. In lane 4, the Croatians, Martin Sinkovic and Valent Sinkovic, defending world and European champions. In lane 5 for Great Britain, Calvin Tarsi and Douwe de Graaf. And in lane 6, the second Croatian boat, the Longcharch brothers. The Italian crew back in that Rio lineup, lining up next to Croatia, the defending world and European champion. Such a class field we have here in the men's pair. Fascinating to see how this race will progress out there on the water. We're just a few moments until they get underway. Those athletes up there at the start in those last few tense moments before they come under the starters' commands.
Germany, Great Britain 2, Italy 1, Croatia 1, Great Britain 1, Croatia 2, attention.
And they're underway. The A final of the men's pair on the screen there. The Italians just getting out to the quickest start. Maybe no surprise there. They're up at 52 strokes a minute and they just power their bow ball out of those starting blocks. But we'll definitely expect to see the Sinkovics coming through in that middle portion of the race with their power through the middle part of the stroke.
Una partenza veramente incisiva. Grandissimi gli azzurri, Giovanni Abagnale e Marco Di Costanzo, che di fatto cercano di scattare molto forte in partenza per accumulare metri che potrebbero rivelarsi preziosi. Ve lo dicevo anche nella regata precedente, la Croazia forte ancora di una coppia di fratelli, Martin e Valent Sinkovic, ha deciso di entrare nella storia. Ai Giochi Olimpici di Rio de Janeiro questi due fratelli vinsero l'oro in doppio. Oggi invece gareggiano in due senza, perché per scrivere la storia nel canottaggio bisogna fare qualcosa di eccezionale e quindi hanno deciso di passare dalla vogata di coppia alla punta per provare a conquistare un'ulteriore medaglia d'oro. Bene quindi Sinkovic là davanti a fare l'andatura, l'Italia è seconda, tallonata dalla Gran Bretagna.
Oh, it's such an impressive stuff from the Sinkovic brothers. They take a boat-length lead within the first 250 meters of this race. They showed their form earlier this season at the first World Rowing Cup in their hometown, Zagreb, Croatia. And out here, they skipped the Lucerne World Rowing Cup, but they're back here again and absolutely on form, leading the field down as they come up to the 500-meter mark. I'll jump out to Camilla on the water. What impressive stuff from the Sinkovic brothers, Camilla.
Dominant as always, Gillian. I mean, they've only had a couple of blips in the last few years that they've been in this combination in the pair rather than the double, but they're just so dominant, aren't they? And great to see them out there in front, 38 strokes a minute. Behind them, it is going to be a real scrap for the medals, I must say. It was Great Britain won, this young combination stepping up. I've been so excited to see what they can do. Calvin Tarsi and Douwe de Graaf for Great Britain in lane number 5. Rowing out of Tideway Scullers School at the moment, but Harvard University students training back in the UK, and they were in that Junior 4 back in 2018 that set the world record in Rachitse for coxless men's fours. So a really exciting junior Project Paris combination here in second place. But just as I say that, it's going to be tight for them to fend off this Italian boat. As we say, Rio bronze medalists back together once again. Marco Di Costanzo Costanzo and Giovanni Abagnale are currently sat in third place alongside Germany. Surprising to see the Germans out here up in front. Mark Kamen in the stroke seat from Ratzeburg and joined there by Friedrich Dunkel. They're keeping pace at the moment with Great Britain too as well. So as they come past us at the 1,000, it's only just over a length actually that the Croatians have ahead of this young British pair. They take a bit of a look over their shoulder there. Great Britain won just to see how close they are to the Sinkovics. It's then clear water back to Italy, Croatia 2 and Germany, who are in turn 3/4 of a length up on Great Britain 2.
Grande canottaggio, signore, grande canottaggio vediamo svolto qui da parte della Croazia. I fratelli Senkovic hanno preso il comando netto al passaggio ai 1000 metri, cerca l'equipaggio azzurro di Giovanni Abagnale e Marco Di Costanzo a rimanere a contatto sia con la Croazia in acqua 6 e la Gran Bretagna, Germania in acqua 1 che si porta all'attacco, ma prosegue la grande corsa dei fratelli Sinkovic alla grande, ormai fuori di circa 2 lunghezze di imbarcazione sui diretti avversari.
Well, the Croatians still not able to shake off these young Brits. It's going to be a good race, I think, for the two leading crews out in front. But the bronze medal, I cannot pick between all of those crews that I just mentioned. Could it be another Croatian crew on the podium? Anton and Patrick Lončarić, this development project for the Croatians that could perhaps be in line to join the Sinkovics in a boat in years to come. Who's to know? But Tim, a great race for the bronze medal coming towards you.
Yeah, a great race for the bronze medal, but my eyes are definitely drawn to the crew from the Croatian crew one, the Sinkovic brothers. And they are absolutely flying in the third quarter of this race. They look so good, 39 strokes a minute, and they have maintained the highest boat speed of all crews throughout this race. But as you already mentioned, Tarksy and de Graaf from Great Britain having the race of their life. They're in second position and they look very good to take that silver medal. And it's going to be definitely going to be a great scrap for the bronze medal. Will it be Abagnale and Di Constanzo for Italy that takes a bronze medal? Or will it be the very young Croatian crew, Croatia 2 crew, that is really shifting in the latter stages of this race, trying to join their fellow countrymen on the podium in about 300 meters time? But it looks good for Croatia 1. They're definitely in the lead. Sinkovic brothers will have the gold. I think silver will be Great Britain 1, but the scrap is for bronze medal, and Gillian will tell us all about it in a
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, Croatia won really dominant performance out there from the Sinkovic brothers. They do love their tailwind, and they're coming towards the finish line. Behind them, Great Britain. But let's see what happens for that bronze medal.
La lotta è tutta per la medaglia di bronzo e ci sono gli azzurri, gli atleti tesserati per la Marina Militare, le fiamme oro. Bisogna fare la differenza con il tifo per andare ad acciuffare questa medaglia di bronzo davvero preziosissima. Attacca la Croazia, ma l'Italia è lì che reagisce. Ce la possono fare gli azzurri.
We just saw a glance across from the bow seat in the Italian boat. Giovanni Abagnale trying to see where the Croatians are on the far side. Can they get that bronze medal? Coming up to the line, Croatia won. Sinkovic brothers will take the gold medal here at the World Rowing Cup. And I think Great Britain coming across in that silver medal position. I think Italy will claim the bronze medal, but it's very tight. No, that's Croatia 2 across the line in the bronze medal position, followed by Italy, Germany, then trailing behind them together with Great Britain.
Una gara di quelle che ti toglie il fiato e l'emozione. Peccato per gli azzurri, quarti sul traguardo, veramente per un soffio. Vittoria per la Croazia, al secondo posto la Gran Bretagna, terza la Croazia, under 23.
the victory ceremony for the women's pair.
Cerimonia di premiazione due senza femminile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Susanna Deer. And Samantha Redgrave. Winners of the silver medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
vincitori della medaglia d'argento e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Croatia! Croatia represented by
Croazia rappresentata da
Josipa Jurkovic and Ivana Jurkovic. Winners of the gold medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Denmark. Denmark represented by
Danimarca rappresentata da
Fie Udby Eriksson and Hedvig Rasmussen. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Up next, the A final of the women's double sculls.
Ed ora la finale A del doppio femminile.
In lane 1, Switzerland. In lane 2, Italy 2. In lane 3, Germany 1. In lane 4, the Netherlands. In lane 5, Italy 1. And in lane 6, Germany 2.
In acqua 1 la Svizzera, in acqua 2 l'Italia, l'equipaggio denominato Italia 2, formato da Alessandra Patelli e Chiara Ondoli, in acqua 3 la Germania, in acqua 4 l'Olanda, in acqua 5 Italia 1, l'equipaggio titolare anche alla Coppa del Mondo di Lucerna, Clara Guerra, Stefania Buttignon, e in acqua 6 la Germania, 2 a chiudere.
lining up at the start. All the athletes just getting the alignment into the shoes. In lane 1 for Switzerland, in the bow seat, Ella von der Schulenberg, and in the stroke seat, Pascal Wacker. They come out of that Swiss women's quadruple sculls that finished 3rd at the World Rowing Cup in Zagreb. In lane 2, Italy 2, in the bow seat, Alessandra Patelli, and in the stroke seat, Chiara Ondoli. Coming out of that Italian women's 4. Switching over to sculling event here. In lane 3 for Germany, in the bow seat, Anne-Kathrin Thiele, and in the stroke seat, Leonie Menzel. In lane 4, the Netherlands, in the bow seat, Roos de Jong, and in the stroke seat, Lisa Scheenaert. Bronze medalists from the 2019 World Rowing Championships. In lane 5 for Italy, Stefania Buttignon and Clara Guerra.
Switzerland, Italy 2,
And in lane 6
Germany
for
1.
Germany, Lena Osterkamp and Laura Kampmann.
the Netherlands, Italy 1, Germany 2. Attention.
And they're underway, the A final of the women's double sculls, the fastest start out there on the water for that second Italian crew. This Italian challenge here in Sabaudia, this race being used to determine some of these Italian crews for their national selection. So very interesting to see these 2 Italian boats out there on the water. The second Italian boat getting out to a very quick start. Right behind them, Germany and the Netherlands.
Una gara veramente preziosa per le azzurre, una sfida nella sfida, una gara anche interna. Mi piace presentare così questa finale A del doppio femminile, perché in acqua 2 ci sono Alessandra Patelli e Chiara Ondoli, che dopo aver mancato la qualificazione a Lucerna 2 settimane fa nel 4 senza femminile, ora in doppio vogliono conquistarsi un carrello per Tokyo. All'esterno l'equipaggio azzurro titolare, quello di Buttignon e Guerra, che provano a rimanere agganciate. Ottima la partenza delle azzurre, che sono al comando davanti alla Germania e l'Olanda, che fu terza al campionato del mondo, quindi sicuramente una indicazione preziosa anche in chiave a 5 cerchi quando stiamo entrando ai primi 500 metri con il rilevamento cronometrico Italia-Olanda e poi la Germania per le prime 3 posizioni.
Germany and the Netherlands just making their slight moves there, trying to push back on that very early Italian lead. And those 3 crews are out in the front of the pack. They're then followed by the first Italian crew, the second German crew, and the Swiss crew. But a little bit of a division between the first 3 and the second 3 as they move towards the 500-meter mark. Camilla, how does this race look from out there on the water?
Well, I think this was pitted to be one of the closest races of the day. A lot of talent here in the centre of the field that will be keeping their eyes firmly on Tokyo, and a lot on the line, as we've already discussed, for these 2 Italian crews that have to come up against each other once again. They had to face each other in the repechage. They're facing each other again, but with a lot more on the line in the A final. And it's Italy too who have got a lot of a point to prove, that have gone out of the blocks like a firework. They're currently leading Germany, who sit just to the one side of them. They've also got to fend off the World Championship bronze medalists in the Netherlands that sit just alongside Germany as well. But they are making a good start of it, and they're only at 35 strokes a minute. This is fairly reserved for an Italian crew. This combination of Chiara Ondoli and Alessandra Patelli just keeping eyes on the Germans. But actually the Dutch now, with the fastest moving boat speed on the water, they pull their bow ball, and only just their bow ball, into first place. All 3 crews floating 35 into this middle section of the race, and it's exchanging blows between the Netherlands, Italy 2 and Germany for those 3 medals. It's then Clearwater back to Italy 1, Clara Guerra and Stefania Buttignon that sit in 4th position. But as I say, they've got Clearwater to make up to try and find the podium.
Bene, sale l'Italia, vediamo al passaggio ai 1000 metri, siamo alle ultime battute, rimane in contatto, vediamo con la Germania, attacco alle stelle dell'Olanda, ma è l'Italia ancora con una punta di vantaggio sulle dirette avversarie. Alessandra Patelli, Chiara Ondoli al comando, vediamo attacco Olanda all'esterno, segue da vicino, da non perdere contatto l'Italia in acqua 5 di Stefania Buttiglione e Clara Guerra. Grande canottaggio in questa del doppio femminile, vediamo, si fa interessante perché prosegue la corsa di Alessandra Patelli e Chiara Ondoli.
Well, it was a canvas to the Dutch. It was Lisa Skeenard and Roos de Jong that had the advantage coming past us, but a real kicker came from Germany to try and haul themselves into silver medal position alongside Italy. I saw something from Annika Trintila in the bow seat, so experienced on the sculling side here for the German women's sculling team, and she's got all the gears to go as they go through this third 500 metres as they try and press on to Italy, but I think I can't see anyone else other than these three crews making the podium. A desperate attempt to push the rating up in Italy. They're up at 37 strokes a minute, Guerra and Boutignon, but they still slide back and forth. Tim, it's coming in front of you now.
Yeah, and the Dutch still out in front, and they actually increased their lead by a couple of meters in the third 500. Not really out of any danger zone yet, but they are still in gold medal position. And it's the second crew from Italy with Patelli and Ondoli, who are in the blue boat. So the Azzurri are racing in a blue boat, very recognizable boat from the banks in a couple of moments. But it's the orange deck of the Dutch, which is just about to pass the 1500 meter mark, and they've just broken clear. And then it's level pegging between Germany one with Thiele and Menzel, who are, I think, just in silver medal position, but the second Italian crew moving along with them, and we know the Italian crew can raise a very good sprint finish. And talking about sprint finishes, it's a desperate move from Italy one, from Boutignon and Guerra, raising the rate already in 39 strokes a minute in a desperate attempt to get back onto the podium and perhaps even that ticket to Tokyo. But it's looking good for the Dutch as they come towards you, Gillian, in the tower.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, the Dutch racing in that typical Dutch style, breaking their arms very early and almost pulling through the elbows, that Dutch sculling style, but it has worked for them. They're currently out in the lead, and then I just see a big push from the Germans to try and solidify that silver medal position as they come into the final 250 meters.
250 metri che infuocano il lago di Paola a Sabaudia. Bellissimo se davanti c'è l'Olanda e per la seconda posizione invece la lotta aperta tra le azzurre, l'atleta della Canottieri Padova, Alessandra Patelli, e l'atleta del Circolo Canottieri Aniene, Chiara Ondoli, che in maglia azzurra formano una nuova combinazione e insieme volano verso il traguardo andando ad imporsi su Stefania Buttignon delle Fiamme Ore e Clara Guerra delle Fiamme Gialle. Oramai in chiusura bellissima Olanda, Germania e Italia per le prime tre posizioni.
So up to the finish line, and the Dutch are looking set to take the gold medal here in Sabaudia. I think the Germans will hang on for that silver, and then Italy bronze, but a huge sprint from the first Italian crew on the far side. It's too little too late. Across the line, Dutch win the gold medal. Germany takes silver. Italy 2 take the bronze medal ahead of Italy 1, who will have to settle for that fourth place, followed by Switzerland in fifth and Germany 2 in sixth.
Gara davvero meravigliosa, una sfida nella sfida, ve l'avevo annunciato in apertura e sul traguardo, non poteva che essere così. Abbiamo visto festeggiare le azzurre perché la medaglia di bronzo vale molto di più e sul traguardo, quindi vittoria dell'Olanda. A seguire seconda posizione per la Germania, bronzo all'equipaggio Italia 2 di Alessandra Patelli e Chiara Ondoli.
The victory ceremony for the men's pair.
Cerimonia di premiazione due senza maschile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Croatia! Croatia represented by
Croazia rappresentata da
Anton Lončarić and Patrick Lončarić. Winners of the silver medal.
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Douwe de Graaf and Calvin Darcy. Winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
vincitori della medaglia d'oro e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Croatia! Croatia represented by
Croazia rappresentata da
Valent Sinkovic and Martin Sinkovic. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up next, the A final of the men's double sculls.
La prossima finale sarà il doppio maschile.
In lane 1, Great Britain. In lane 2, Italy 1. In lane 3, Poland. In lane 4, Switzerland. In lane 5, the Netherlands. And in lane 6, Italy 2.
Anche qui una finale con doppia sfida, non solo per le medaglie, ma una bella sfida azzurra tra l'equipaggio assoluto ed Under 23 in acqua 1 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 2 gli Under 23 Matteo Sartori, Nunzio Di Colandrea, in acqua 3 la Polonia, in acqua 4 la Svizzera, in acqua 5 l'Olanda e in acqua 6 Italia 2 Gustavo Ferrio, Riccardo Mattana.
So in lane 1 for Great Britain, in the bow seat, Viktor Kleshnev, and in the stroke seat, Rory Harris, stepping up from the under 23 level. In lane 2, the Italian crew, in the bow seat, Matteo Sartori, and in the stroke seat, Nunzio Di Colandria. Another very young crew there for the Italians. In lane 3, from Poland, in the bow seat, Miroslav Sitarski, and in the stroke seat, Mateusz Biskup. World bronze medalist from back in 2019. In lane 4, for Switzerland, Barnaby de Lars and Roman Roesli. 5th place at the World Championships back in 2019. Hoping to be on the podium here. And in lane 5, for the Netherlands, Brecht van Kuik and Lennart van Lierop. Coming from Skool Club in Amsterdam. And in lane 6 for Italy, Gustavo Ferrio and Riccardo Matana.
Italy 1, Poland, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Italy 2, attention,
And that's the green light for the A final of the men's double sculls. They are underway, ready to race 2,000 meters all the way down here to the finish line. The best start coming there from the Italy 1 crew, off at 53 strokes a minute and just pushing their bow out into the lead. But we expect in the men's double sculls, this is always a cracking race, Luca.
Una di quelle gare che veramente vuoi seguire per ogni centimetro, già incollato dal televisore per raccontare e colorare il canottaggio internazionale anche in questa finalissima. Ecco inquadrato l'equipaggio di Gustavo Ferrio e Riccardo Mattana. Buona l'azione per questa formazione, ricordiamo medagliata ai mondiali Under 23 in 4 di coppia lo scorso anno ed ora protagonisti tra gli assoluti, ma all'interno ecco in questo istante brillare Matteo Sartori con Nunzio di Colandrea, una coppiata giovanissima, ricordiamo classe 99, classe 2002, con Matteo Sartori che gioca in casa, è cresciuto proprio sulle acque di questo bellissimo lago, ma avremo modo di parlarne durante tutto il percorso. A condurre in acqua 3 la Polonia, seguita dalla Svizzera. Per la terza posizione i giochi sono davvero apertissimi.
So as they settle into their race rhythms, Poland and Switzerland just getting out to a lead. Switzerland trying to maintain contact with that Polish push here early on in this race. And then in that third position is currently the second Italian crew, but still a lot to race here as they come up to 500 meters. Poland leading Switzerland. Camilla, how does it look out there on the water?
A couple of spots of rain to take you quite literally, Gillian. We've got wind and rain here at the 1,000, but as I say, not too heavy right now. We're just watching the clouds process over the lake here. But the two crews we'd expect to see out in the lead, although I'm not sure this is the order we expected. The Swiss have had a great season so far, but have always just been falling shy of the podium. And in fact, they were trying to change their race plan at the second World Cup in Lucerne, trying to get a really quick head start out, but they've been beaten to it by the Polish. Poland's Zitarski and Biskup out here in lane number 3. They've managed to secure 2 World Championship medals in this last Olympiad, a silver in Sarasota, a bronze at Linz, so there's some real quality here in this boat and in the centre of the field, but the Swiss won't let them just run away with it. Roman Roesli and Barnaby de Lars here just really trying to keep them true in just to their left, and they'll be keeping a really keen eye on the stern of the Polish crew, but they're just flying out here. Poland really look fantastic, I must say. They've got a great send at the finish of the stroke, and it's just really shifting this boat in the tailwind and giving them that little bit more distance with every stroke. They're now a length up on Switzerland, and I think that's a mistake there from the Swiss, because I'm not sure they're going to be able to get that back from this very experienced crew. So the Swiss in silver, it's then the Italians that sit in bronze. Great for the home fans. It's Italy 2, Riccardo Matana and Gustavo Ferrio that sit in bronze medal position just ahead of the Dutch.
Grande Polonia già dalle prime battute si va a imporre a gestire il vantaggio, ma interessante, vediamo l'equipaggio azzurro in acqua 6 di Ferrio e Mattana che hanno fatto una condotta di gara nelle prime posizioni. Vediamo attualmente terzi vicino alla Polonia. leggermente attardato l'equipaggio azzurro di Matteo Sartori e Nunzio Di Colandrea, ma ancora vediamo oltre metà percorso, ancora 1200 metri per l'arrivo. Prosegue la corsa intanto dalla Polonia, la grande prosegue a condurre, mentre segue ancora da vicino Ferrio e Mattana a rimanere a contatto per le prime 3 posizioni.
Well, as the rain starts to fall a little bit more firmly here at the 1,000-meter marker, how's it looking for you, Tim, down at 1,500?
Well, definitely some spots of rain here too, but it's looking very good for the crew from Poland. Absolutely class of the field. Zitarski and Biskup are length clear from the pursuing Swiss crew, who have to start sprinting now, I think, because it's more than a length. It's a quarter length of clear water between those two crews as they pass the 1,500 meter mark, and that's a lot of work to do for the Lars and Rösli to get back and get that gold medal. The Polish crew just looking so smooth, high rate of strike, 39 strokes a minute for basically the entire race, and they look to keep that high rate of striking all the way down to the line, I guess. But great race developing here for the bronze medal. Italy in third position, but the Dutch have really crept back up on them and look very good. The Dutch winning the repechage yesterday, so it's going to be a great race for the bronze medal. But Poland look very good for the gold, Switzerland for silver, but it's everything to play for the last medal on the podium.
That's absolutely right, Tim. Good shout to catch that Dutch charge there through the third quarter of the race. And they've currently overtaken the Italians and are sitting in that bronze medal position as they come to the red buoys.
Ultimi 250 metri, bisogna fare la differenza, e a casa la si può fare la differenza se al comando in scioltezza abbiamo ancora la Polonia seguita dalla Svizzera. Per la terza posizione rinvengono benissimo gli azzurri. Gustavo Ferrio e Riccardo Mattana ci credono davvero, cercano di dimostrare di avere una marcia in più, e in chiusura gli azzurri provano a sentire il supporto, ma attenzione all'Olanda che prova a rientrare, ma gli azzurri non vogliono mollare. Un arrivo veramente a cardiopalmo ancora per una medaglia di bronzo.
Oh, the Swiss desperately sprinting, trying to push back on the Polish, but they've left it too late. Poland has done enough to win the gold medal here at the World Rowing Cup 3 in Sabaudia. Switzerland take the silver medal, and then a crashing race from the British on the near side. They've come out of nowhere in that last few hundred meters to take the bronze medal away from Italy and the Netherlands. What a fantastic sprint from that British crew here on the near side. Italy too coming through in 6th.
Hanno acceso il motore gli atleti di Sua Maestà negli ultimi 150 metri. Direi proprio così. Ed è così che si è andata a completare, con la vittoria della Polonia, ormai già scritta, secondo posto la Svizzera, terza la Gran Bretagna, in gran rimonta su Ferrio e Mattana che scivolano in quarta posizione.
So just confirming that for you, because it changed so much in the last 100 meters. So Poland coming through with the gold medal, Switzerland silver. Then it was Great Britain taking that bronze medal. Fantastic race from them. 4th was Italy 2, 5th went to the Netherlands, and 6th Italy 1. The victory ceremony for the women's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio femminile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia, rappresentata da Alessandra Patelli. e Chiara Ondoli.
Winners of the silver medal,
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Germany! Germany represented by
Germania rappresentata da
Leonie Menzel and Anne-Katrine Thiele. Winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
the Netherlands! The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Lisa Scheenaard and Roos de Jong. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
And now we have the A final of the women's 4.
Ed ora abbiamo la finale A del 4 senza femminile.
In lane 1, Poland. In lane 2, Great Britain. In lane 3, the Netherlands. In lane 4, Denmark. And in lane 5, Italy.
In acqua 1 la Polonia, in acqua 2 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 3 l'Olanda, in acqua 4 la Danimarca e in acqua 5 a chiudere la griglia di partenza le azzurre.
Up at the start line with these crews. Poland over there in lane 1. This Polish crew, they finished 4th at the World Cup, the second World Cup in Lucerne, and they finished 4th back at the World Championships in 2019. Stroked by Joanna Dittmann. Final adjustments there from the Polish crew. In lane 2, Great Britain, stroked by Esme Booth. This British crew stepping up from the under-23 level, 2 of their crew champions in the under-23 women's 4 from 2019. And in lane 3, the European and world silver medalists, the Netherlands, stroked by Veronique Meester. In lane 4, Denmark, stroked by Ida Jakobsen. They were 6th at the World Rowing Cup 2 just a few weeks ago. In lane 5, the Italians, stroked by Laura Maranio.
Poland, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Denmark, Italy. Attention.
And they're underway, the medal final for the women's 4. Just a little bit of rain coming down as this race got underway, but it surely won't slow these crews down. Off to the best start, the Polish in lane 1. They've gone off at about 50 strokes a minute just to edge their bow out to a very early lead, but the Dutch are desperate to stay with them there from the middle lane. We'll be definitely watching that Dutch crew, the European champions from 2021, the world silver medalists from 2019, to see what they can do here in Sabaudia.
Se volete vedere una prova generale dei Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo, siete nel posto giusto, perché in questa sfida, quella del 4 senza femminile, al centro del percorso abbiamo l'Olanda, l'equipaggio di riferimento in chiave mondiale, seconda ai campionati del mondo nel 2019 alla Schiranna di Varese, quest'anno campionesse d'Europa con il 4 senza nella stessa identica formazione. Ma in acqua 1 e 2 abbiamo 2 equipaggi veramente giovani, quarte al campionato del mondo la Polonia 2 anni fa, in acqua 2 la Gran Bretagna con 2 campionesse del mondo under 23 a fare l'andatura lì davanti, quale migliore 2 senza posizionato a bordo del 4 senza della Gran Bretagna, quindi veramente 3 equipaggi da tenere sotto controllo. L'Olanda è lì davanti a fare l'andatura, ci avviciniamo ai 500 metri, ancora Olanda lì davanti, per la seconda posizione la Polonia, poi la Gran Bretagna.
So the Dutch making their move very early on in this race. They've taken almost a boat length up on the field as they come through the 500-meter mark. Camilla, can anyone stop this Dutch crew?
I don't think so, Gillian. I think they're the best in Europe at the moment. Of course, we've got the Australians to add back into this mix when it comes to Tokyo in the summer. But as you say, silver medalists from the World Championships. They're a very strong unit together, and they've certainly been drilled well. They had that sub on board just a few weeks ago in Lucerne, but back to the original combination now, back to their European winning ways as they lead this field now. They're up at 38 strokes a minute into this strong cross tailwind. It's swung back around now ever so slightly. We've got a bit of a cross coming across from lane number 1, but behind the Netherlands it's still Poland, but only just Denmark also trying to make a bit of a shift here. This combination slightly changed from their bronze medal winning 4 from 2019, having brought in Christina Johansson into the 2 seat. They've not managed to find success too much in this last season, but they are sticking with the Polish, who sit in silver medal. So at the moment, as they approach us here at the 1,000, the Dutch with clear water over Poland. It's then Denmark charging to try and get their bows in front ahead of Poland for silver medal. And then it's Great Britain that sit back in 4th. This British crew just with a bow ball of overlap to the stern of the Danish crew. The stern pair here, Esme Booth and Daisy Bellamy, racing and representing Oxford Brookes University. Esme Booth actually from my own home club, Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club, she learnt to row. And in the bow pair, a northeastern combination from Durham and Chester Street in Lauren Irwin and Hope Sesford. But that's the 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. The Netherlands still with that length lead over a very tight race between Denmark and Poland, with Great Britain back in 4th.
Bene, prosegue, vediamo l'Olanda ha preso ormai la testa di questa finale del 4 senza femminile, vediamo leggermente attardata l'Italia in acqua 5, ma sta cercando un attacco, vediamo, per riuscire a rimanere a contatto con le altre concorrenti. Prosegue grande padronanza in questa finale l'Olanda, con a seguire Polonia e Gran Bretagna.
So they're moving into the rain now. It's very wet, lashing with rain here as they move towards the finish. And I'm so excited to see what this race is going to produce behind the Dutch, because we've still got Denmark pushing hard. They've now moved into silver by just a couple of metres ahead of Poland. Great Britain still with overlap in fourth. So with a decent sprint, a podium opportunity is there for them. I think out of the race currently at the moment are the Italians. But Tim, this is shaping up to be a great race.
Great race for silver and bronze behind the imperious Dutch. They look very comfortable. Veronique Meester just tapping it along at 38 strokes a minute and looking for that gold medal in 500 meters time. But the Danish crew now with a quarter of a length ahead of the crew from Poland in lane number 1, but sandwiched between Denmark and Poland is the crew from Great Britain, and they definitely look to be sprinting already, because already at 38 strokes a minute, although the Polish crew aren't too shabby either with 39 strokes a minute. So there's a lot of shifting and changing still to come in the final 400 meters of this race. The Dutch look set for gold, but behind them for the bronze and the silver medal, it's going to be a great fight between Great Britain, Poland and Denmark.
Yeah, they're going about level at this point. Denmark just that slight advantage to the Polish and the British, but coming towards the line. The Netherlands looking so strong. They've been training up in Pusiano in northern Italy, preparing for this race, and they're just absolutely dominant out there on the water.
L'Olanda continua a fare l'andatura, un'Olanda stratosferica davvero, probabilmente la cura italiana, il fatto di fare i training camp in Italia sul lago di Pusiano fa la differenza per la seconda e terza posizione. Però attenzione, perché la Polonia sta rientrando, ma vuole reagire fortissimo anche la formazione della Danimarca. Bellissima l'azione con l'Olanda in solitaria verso il traguardo.
Coming up to the line, the Netherlands still with open water back to the rest of the field. The Danish looking set to take that silver medal, but they're sprinting together with Poland and Great Britain. But across the line, the Netherlands take gold here at the Third World Rowing Cup. It's looking set for Denmark to take the silver medal. Poland will capture the bronze just ahead of Great Britain. And then Italy coming through in fifth.
Sul traguardo una bellissima conferma per le atlete olandesi, vittoria in acqua 3 davanti alla Danimarca, terza la Polonia, peccato per le azzurre, quinte sul traguardo con Pelacchi Terrazzi, Faravelli e Mariano.
The victory ceremony for the men's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio maschile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Rory Harris and Viktor Kleshnev. Winners of the silver medal,
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Switzerland. Switzerland represented by
Svizzera rappresentata da
Roman Ruischli and Barnabé Delars. Winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup,
vincitori della medaglia d'oro e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Poland. Poland represented by
Polonia rappresentata da
Maciej Biskup and Miroslav Zitarski. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up next, the A final for the men's 4.
Ed ora la finale A del 4 senza maschile.
In lane 1, Switzerland. In lane 2, Great Britain 2. In lane 3, Poland. In lane 4, Italy 1. In lane 5, Great Britain 1. And in lane 6, the Netherlands.
Prima di andare con le corsie consentitemi veramente di fare un grande ringraziamento alla regia. Guardate che immagini meravigliose di questo lago naturale, nuovo teatro del canottaggio mondiale. Il lago di Paola perfettamente ancora una volta nelle condizioni migliori per ospitare un grande evento internazionale con una spiaggia, lo diceva il presidente del CONI Giovanni Malagò, dicendo di essere di parte, ma in realtà è il mondo ad apprezzare questo bellissimo nuovo bacino naturale. Dicevamo, in acqua 1 la Svizzera, in acqua 2 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 3 la Polonia, in acqua 4 l'Italia, con la nuova formazione, l'innesto di Matteo Lodo e Peppe Vicino, insieme a Bruno Rosetti e Matteo Castaldo che restano fissi sul 4 senza, in acqua 5 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 6 l'Olanda. Se vi volete divertire, questo è il momento giusto.
Up there at the starting line In lane 1, that Swiss crew stroked by Andrin Gulic. They were 8th at the World Rowing Cup in Lucerne a few weeks ago. In lane 2, Great Britain, stroked by Lenny Jenkins. This crew stepping up from the under 23 level. Several on board with gold medals from the men's 4 and men's 8 at the under 23 level. In lane 3, the defending world champions from Poland. In the stroke seat, Michał Szpałski. In lane 4, Italy. In the stroke seat, Giuseppe Vicino.
Great Britain 2. Poland.
In lane 5, Great Britain, stroked by Samuel Nunn. And in lane 6, the Netherlands, stroked by Menno Besma.
Attention.
And they're underway. The A final of the men's 4, getting off to a fast and furious start out there on the water. Fantastic stuff. Great Britain 2 gone off like a rocket, but everything still to play. We see the Italians trying to inch out very early on in this race. This is part of that Italian national challenge to see who will go to Tokyo in which lineup. So they're trying to see who's fastest here out there on the water. This new lineup from the Italian men's 4.
Una grande partenza, quella degli azzurri, con Peppe Vicino lì davanti a fare da capovoga, alle sue spalle Matteo Lodo, poi Bruno Rosetti e il prodiere Matteo Castaldo, il più esperto di questa imbarcazione classe 1985. È partita molto forte invece la Gran Bretagna, che ancora con la loro grande tradizione in questa specialità vuole sicuramente trovare la miglior combinazione. Pensate che la Gran Bretagna ha piazzato in finale 2 equipaggi, uno under 23 ed uno assoluto, con l'obiettivo ovviamente di andare a costruire anche le generazioni per Parigi 2024. In questo momento a dar filo da torcere agli azzurri non solo la Gran Bretagna, ma anche in acqua 3 la Polonia. Insomma, giochi apertissimi al passaggio ai primi 500 metri, Gran Bretagna, Italia e Polonia per le prime 3 posizioni.
So the first British crew off to a fantastic start. They've taken about a boat length in the first 500 meters. The question will be whether or not they can maintain this all the way down the course, Camilla.
And we certainly know that the Italians pack a punch in the final few hundred metres. They're going to keep this rating nice and high. They're up at 42 strokes a minute, but that's not gaining them any distance on Great Britain 1. They had to come through the repechage yesterday. This crew of Sam Nunn, Sam Bannister, Matt Aldridge and David Ambler, mostly an Oxford Brookes combination in the stern 3 of this crew. David Ambler joining from Harvard in the bow seats, and it's certainly looking to form as they lead the way. They've opened up just 1 more metre over the Italians in this second 500 metres, but Italy sit firmly in silver medal position ahead of the world champions Poland. But Poland are going to have to keep an eye on the far side of the lake, because the Netherlands still up there riding this new combination from the Dutch, just wanting to stay in contact with these experienced crews. But Great Britain, this Project Paris team here, just trying to get themselves onto the podium, and they're currently leading the Olympic bronze medalist in Italy through the halfway marker by half a length.
Grande attacco, passaggio ai 1000 metri, vediamo la Gran Bretagna ma con un attacco incessante dell'Italia che si sta proiettando a condurre. Grande Italia con Castaldo, Rosetti, Lodo e Vicino, vediamo Peppe Vicino che ingrana ancora la marcia, passaggi in acqua molto veloce, vediamo, e rimane a contatto con l'Inghilterra, quasi sulla stessa linea. All'esterno l'Olanda, diciamo, per le prime 3 posizioni, ma è grande, vediamo la Gran Bretagna con Italia a portare il vantaggio in questa finale del 4 senza maschile.
Well, it's all heating up now. The local crowd are going to love this. Pepe Vicino in the stroke seat. Absolutely relentless. 41 strokes a minute, and they've closed the gap as they go through the 250 metres that stands between halfway. Myself and Tim Van Vliet, who sits at 1,500 metres. Tim, what's going on by you?
Well, the Italians are definitely charging through the field. They have taken the lead in this third quarter, passing Great Britain 1 and looking very good. And their boat speed is way better than the rest of the field. So the winners of the heat, the other winners of the heat, Poland, just slipping back there in either bronze or perhaps even bronze medal position. But look at the Dutch coming here, right close to me at from my commentary position in here in lane 6. Big surprise, this crew is composed of the gold and silver medalists from the Dutch national championships a couple of weeks ago, and they're currently in bronze medal position, rowing past the world champions from 2019. The Polish crew now in 4th position, but the Azzurri out in front. But don't discount the crew from Great Britain. Great Britain won there. They look very good and are underrating the Italian crew. I'll hand you back to Gillian and Luca, who will probably want to call this race in the last 400 meters.
The Italians are still up at 43 strokes a minute, Tim. They're desperately trying to hold on to that gold medal position ahead of Great Britain, and the Netherlands having a race of their lives, I think, in lane 6.
Siamo oramai in chiusura con gli azzurri che hanno inscenato questo meraviglioso sorpasso sulla Gran Bretagna. Gli azzurri lì davanti a fare l'andatura e continuano a volare addirittura davanti alla Polonia, campione del mondo in carica. Qui si giocano le carte, quelle che contano guardando a Tokyo. Pensate in questa specialità del 4 senza, dove l'Italia fu bronzo a Rio 2016, ma quel bronzo a qualcuno di questi componenti dell'equipaggio andò stretto e così si proiettò dritto verso Tokyo. A distanza di 5 anni il sogno potrebbe diventare realtà e a lei gli azzurri là davanti, pronti a vincere il primo oro in barca olimpica in questa giornata.
Up to the line, and the Italians are still in the lead. They're going to take that gold medal here ahead of Great Britain, and I think Poland has done it to come back on the Netherlands for the bronze medal. Italy take gold, Great Britain silver, Poland bronze across the line. The Netherlands will come through in that 4th place. A valiant effort. Then we have Great Britain coming through, Great Britain 2 coming through in 5th, followed by Switzerland.
Ho visto il presidente Giovanni Malagò veramente molto emozionato qui dalla torre d'arrivo, una soddisfazione incredibile. Gli azzurri protagonisti, vittoria per Matteo Castaldo, Bruno Rosetti, Matteo Lodo, Peppe Vicino, davanti a Gran Bretagna e la Polonia per seconda e terza posizione.
The victory ceremony for the women's 4.
Cerimonia di premiazione del 4 senza femminile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Poland! Poland represented by
Polonia, rappresentata da
Joanna Dittmann. Monika Habel. Olga Michalewicz. And Maria Wierzbowska. Winners of the silver medal.
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Denmark. Denmark represented by
Danimarca, rappresentata da
Ida Jakobsen. Frida Sangard Nielsen. Christina Johansson. And Trina Dahl Pedersen. Winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
vincitori della medaglia d'oro e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
The Netherlands! The Netherlands represented by
Olanda, rappresentata da
Veronique Meester. Imke Klevering. Caroline Florijn. And Ellen de Hogerwerf. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Up next, the A final for the lightweight men's double sculls.
Siamo già pronti per la prossima finale, siamo proiettati nella finale A del doppio pesi leggeri maschile.
In lane 1, Algeria. In lane 2, Norway 1. In lane 3, Italy. In lane 4, Norway 2.
Algeria in acqua 1, la Norvegia in acqua 2, l'Italia con gli azzurri Stefano Oppo e Pietro Ruta in acqua 3, in acqua 4 la Norvegia.
Joining these athletes at the start line in lane 1 for Algeria, Kamal Ait Daoud and Sid Ali Boudina. This crew raced separately in the lightweight men's single sculls a few weeks ago in Lucerne. They're here racing together in the lightweight men's double sculls. In lane 2, the Norwegians. In the bow seat, Christopher Brunn, and in the stroke seat, R. Stronley. They were second a few weeks ago at the World Rowing Cup in Lucerne against the Italians, who came fourth. In lane 3, that Italian crew, Pietro Ruta and Stefano Oppo. Silver medalists from back in 2019 at the World Rowing Championships. And in lane 4 for Norway, Jens Holm and Oskar Sodal.
Algeria, Norway 1, Italy, Norway 2. Attention.
And they're underway in the lightweight men's double sculls, the A final here. Just 4 boats competing in this A final, but we'll expect to see a fantastic race. Italy just absolutely shooting out of the blocks as we expect from that Italian style.
Una partenza come un proiettile, quella di Pietro Ruta e Stefano Oppo, che lì in acqua 3 cercano subito di mettere le regole in chiaro, anzi, andando a ricercare una rivincita sulla Norvegia, perché la Norvegia all'ultima Coppa del Mondo fu seconda con gli azzurri quarti, quindi una possibilità di riscatto in casa per la coppia azzurra. Quindi Italia e Norvegia, acqua 3 ed acqua 2, ancora appaiate, seppur in grande battaglia quando siamo ai primi 250 metri.
So first, through the first 250 meters, and Italy out to that very early lead. We saw them go up against the Norwegians just a few weeks ago in Lucerne. The Norwegians got the better of them at that World Rowing Cup, but it was the other way around back in 2019 when the Italians came second and the Norwegians came fourth. So we're expecting a fantastic race here between these two crews in the center lanes. Behind them, Norway 2 and Algeria. Norway 2 just having the slight advantage ahead of Algeria at this very early stage in the race. But I think, Camilla, what are you expecting to see in these center 2 lanes from Italy and Norway 1?
Oh, we have 2 of the best lightweight men's double sculls in the world. Of course, we are missing the Irish, the Germans, but these 2 here, the Italians and the Norwegians, as you say, have been exchanging blows since 2019. The Norwegians had a little bit of a break, but it was great to see them back on form in Lucerne. But these 2 barely separated by less than a second in the test race here at World Cup 3. So it's going to be an absolute stormer all the way to the line. We know that both of these crews can produce a sprint, and through these very early stages, we're currently halfway through the second quarter of this race. It's the Italians Oppo and Ruta that sit up ahead of the Norwegians. Stefano Oppo in the stroke seat, just wanting to keep them up nice and lively into the tailwind still. We've seen that as a very common theme this morning. They're up at 39 strokes a minute, but the Norwegians are matching on boat speed. There is barely a quarter of a length separating these 2 crews as they come into 800 metres gone.
Bene, alla grande abbiamo visto, lo vediamo agli ultimi battute vicino al passaggio ai 1000 metri, l'equipaggio azzurro di Pietro Ruta e Stefano Oppa al comando. Vediamo attaccati dalla Norvegia in acqua 2 che cerca di rimanere a contatto, ma piegano ancora e cercano di incrementare il colpo in acqua per rimanere in vantaggio di circa mezza imbarcazione. Siamo al passaggio ai 1000 metri, ormai distanziati nettamente gli altri 2 equipaggi dell'Algeria e della Norvegia 2. Ecco ancora incremento il passaggio in acqua di Pietro Ruta e Stefano Oppo e vanno a condurre con circa mezza imbarcazione di vantaggio davanti alla Norvegia. Siamo ancora nelle battute conclusive del 650 metri. Ancora Pietro Ruta e Stefano Oppo al comando e cercano di allungare con un passo ideale da rimanere in vantaggio sulla Norvegia.
Well, different race plans here. The Italians decided to step on the gas a little bit more as they came into the 1,000-metre markers. A very different style. It looks as if they're sprinting for the line already. They're very metronomic, very up at the high ratings. The Norwegians, Strandli and Brun, just that little bit longer. They're down at 36 strokes a minute. They just look like they've got a little bit more in the tank to go. They're half a length down, so the Italians have gained a little bit through that second 500 metres. But as they step away from me now, I just can't see that the Italians can keep this up. I think the Norwegians with so much more room to play with. It's then Norway too that sit in bronze medal very comfortably. They've got an ocean of clear water in front of them and behind them. I think that's fairly nailed on for 3 and 4. But Tim, an absolute stormer coming in front of you now.
Yeah, and it's going to be a nail-biter of a finish, Camilla. It's still the Azzurri, the Italian crew in the lead, but as you predicted, Camilla, the charge is coming from the Norwegian combination of Brun and Strandli. They are making a small move just in front of the 1,500 meters. They're, I think, a quarter of a length back still, and they are rating 36 strokes a minute, so there's definitely more to come. But as we saw in the test race, the Ruta and Oppo could also sprint whilst having maintained a very high rate of striking for most of the course. So it's going to be a very exciting finish. It's not clear to me who's going to take the gold. Bronze is secure in the second crew from Norway with Holm and Soudal, and the double from Algeria back in fourth. But coming towards you, Gillian, it's still Italy in the lead. They have 5 meters. They are 5 meters ahead of Norway as they come into the Red Bull area.
Thanks, Tim. It's going to be oh so close. The Norwegians keep pushing up on the Italians, but the Italians keep responding as they come into the red buoys. I think they might have enough to hang on to it, but there's still 200 meters to race, and that's a lot in lightweight men's rowing.
Mamma mia, guardate che gara in questi ultimi 250 metri, ci si gioca l'oro a Sabaudia, cerca di rinvenire la Norvegia che fu seconda davanti agli azzurri in Coppa del Mondo. Gli azzurri però vogliono la rivincita in quest'ultima frazione, incrementano ancora il numero dei colpi. Occhio agli azzurri, ma attenzione alla Norvegia sulla stessa linea.
Oh, it's up into the final strokes, and Norway have gone up to 40 strokes a minute. They're trying to pass the Italians, and I think they might just do it on the surge as they come up to the line. I think it's going to be Norway just ahead of Italy in the lightweight men's double sculls. What a fantastic race from these top 2 crews. The Norwegians, I think, just snagging it at the line. The bronze medal will go to Norway too, and Algeria will come through in 4th position.
Mamma mia, la rimonta, il sorpasso e il photo finish sul traguardo. Vittoria della Norvegia, al secondo posto l'Italia, terza ancora la Norvegia.
the victory ceremony for the men's 4.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 senza maschile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Poland! Poland represented by
Polonia rappresentata da
Michał Szapowski, Martin Brzezinski, Mikołaj Bruda, and Maciej Wilawowski. Winners of the silver medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
vincitori della medaglia d'argento e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Great Britain! Great Britain represented by
Gran Bretagna rappresentata da
Lenny Jenkins, Matthew Rowe. Great. Samuel Nunn, Samuel Bannister, Matthew Aldridge, and David Ambler. Winners of the gold medal.
vincitori della medaglia d'oro.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Giuseppe Vicino, Matteo Lodo, Bruno Rosetti, Matteo Castaldo.
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up next, the A final for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Ed ora abbiamo la finale A del doppio pesi leggeri femminile.
In lane 1, France. In lane 2, Switzerland. In lane 3, Egypt. In lane 4, Italy won. In lane 5, the Netherlands. And in lane 6, the Czech Republic.
A contendersi la medaglia d'oro in acqua 1 la Francia, in acqua 2 la Svizzera, in acqua 3 l'Egitto, in acqua 4 l'Italia con Federica Cesarini e Silvia Crosio, in acqua 5 l'Olanda, in acqua 6 la Repubblica Ceca.
We just saw up there at the start line the French in lane 1, Susanne Duncan and Aurélie Morizot. In lane 2 for Switzerland, Patricia Merz and Frédéric Roll. In lane 3 for Egypt, Salma Abdelrahman and Fahmi Mansour. In lane 4 for Italy, Silvia Cosio and Federica Cesarini. And in lane 5 for the Netherlands, Marieke Keizer and Ilse Paulus. Silver medalists from the World Championships back in 2019. Bronze at the European Championships a few weeks ago in Varese. And in lane 6, the Czech Republic, Nurhotova and Chinkova.
Switzerland, Egypt, Italy, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, attention.
And they're off the A final of the lightweight women's double sculls. Fantastic racing out there on the water. We'll expect the Dutch, the bronze medalists from the European Championships just a few weeks ago, to lead this race. And they do as they get off the blocks. A very quick start from the Netherlands, followed by France out there in lane 1.
Una partenza veramente esplosiva per la formazione olandese che a 40 colpi al minuto è schizzata fuori dai blocchi, forte probabilmente anche della medaglia di bronzo conquistata ai campionati europei della Skiranna. Agganciata la formazione dell'Olanda abbiamo le azzurre con un equipaggio rinnovato, un equipaggio che sicuramente riporta in gara il doppio leggero dopo l'assenza recente, con a bordo Federica Cesarini e l'innesto di Silvia Crosio in attesa di rivedere Valentina Rodini, ricordiamo, ferma per un infortunio ma prossima al rientro. All'esterno c'è la Francia per la seconda terza posizione, quindi una bella lotta Olanda-Francia-Italia nella prima frazione di gara.
So the French making a big push here as they come up towards the 500-meter mark, trying to push back on that early Dutch lead, with the Italians going with them in lane 4. The Swiss still not out of contention yet either. I think it'll be a very fantastic race here as they come towards you, Camilla, with the Dutch and the French fighting for that first spot.
And they're fighting for it in the rain. It's just picked up again here at the 1,000-meter marker. We're trying to take shelter. But as we move into the second quarter of this race, a great little push there from the French combination of Aurélie Morizot and Susanne Duncan. Not the usual French pairing that we're used to seeing. It's not Tarantula and Beauvais who got that silver medal at the second World Cup just a few weeks ago. This is a new boat that have come together. The under-23 lightweight world champion Susie Duncan in the bow seat from the single scull in Sarasota, and they seem to be performing well. They're up here with the best of the world, but it's the Dutch that have pulled it back. This combination of Ilse Paulus and Marieke Keizer have been ones to watch since 2016, where Keizer came into the boat to join reigning Olympic champion Ilse Paulus for this category, and they're now back in front, but only just. It's still very close. The French are being joined by the Italians as well. The Italians with a sub on board in the bow seat. Silvia Crosio just in place of Rodini, who's so used to rowing with Federica Cesarini, but she's been given the green light to get back training in preparation for the Tokyo Olympics. So we wish her all the best in recovery. But they're doing a good job here, even with the sub on board. They're sat currently in silver medal position now, just ahead of France. It's then Switzerland that sit in fourth, but the Dutch leading out in the gold medal position by one length at the 1,000 metres.
Bene, 4 equipaggi vediamo abbastanza vicini a contendersi questa finale del doppio pesi leggeri femminile. L'Italia a contatto con l'Olanda, vediamo che ha preso il comando, mentre in acqua 1 anche la Francia sta portandosi all'attacco per le prime 3 posizioni. Passaggio ai 1000 metri, vediamo l'Olanda con Italia a seguire a contatto strettissimo con l'Olanda. Buona la posizione dell'Italia, ecco, cerca di crescere in queste battute, non rimanere distanziata dall'Olanda, e per la terza posizione vediamo lotta aperta con la Svizzera e la Francia per la quarta posizione.
Well, the 1,000 metres often an opportunity to reassess, and that's exactly what the Italians have done. They cannot be in that mix for bronze. They've decided they want to be punching up, trying for the gold, and they've got overlap back now with the Dutch, but not by much. I must say that the Dutch looking really together. Keitzer and Paulus, you can really tell that they're a drilled, consistent combination in comparison to the Italians next to them. I think Crosio in the bow seat, just a little bit late on Cesarini in the stroke seat. The sort of consistent factor in this boat. They're not quite as together as perhaps Rodini and Cesarini would be, but they are gaining now through this third quarter of the race. They're trying to leave behind the French and the Swiss to fight it out for bronze, and as we come through to 500 metres to go, have the Italians got it in them on home water, Tim?
I think that's going to be a very difficult question to answer. I think that Dutch combination of Marieke Keizer and Ilse Paulus is just too good to be caught with 500 meters left to row. It's a nice long and strong rhythm coming from Ilse Paulus in the stroke seat of that Dutch crew, and they have broken clear. It's like half a length of clear water between them, and they're really stretching out every single stroke. Actually, it's a bit more. It's a full length of clear water back to the Italians in silver medal position, and then it's going to be a great scrap between Switzerland and France in lane 1 and 2 for the bronze medal. Currently, Switzerland look good for that bronze medal. Crossing 1500 meter now is the crew from the Czech Republic, and trailing slightly is the crew from Egypt, who are making their international debut here in Sabaudia, but they are trailing the rest of the pack. So the Netherlands out in front. Italy look good for silver medal position, but the fight, as we've seen earlier today, will be for that bronze medal, Gillian.
Yeah, that's right, Tim. And I know the Swiss were so pleased to have qualified in Lucerne for the Tokyo Olympic Games. And they're currently in that bronze medal position just ahead of France, but still 200 meters to row.
200 metri al traguardo. Se al comando c'è l'Olanda, oramai un vantaggio netto. In seconda posizione la stessa sorte per l'Italia, con Silvia Crosio, atleta torinese, Federica Cesarini, una nuova formazione nata per mantenere e vedere il doppio leggero in gara proprio a Sabaudia. Ricordiamo, in questa specialità l'Italia si è laureata campione d'Europa sulle acque della Schiranna di Varese. All'esterno continua la corsa dell'Olanda, bene l'Italia per la seconda posizione. La lotta è tutta per il bronzo, sarà la Francia o la Svizzera? Azzarderei la Svizzera in chiusura.
The Dutch want to stamp their mark on this race. They're up at 40 strokes a minute as they come up to the line to take the gold medal here at the World Rowing Cup 3 in Sabaudia. Italy looking set to take that silver medal as they cross the line now. And the bronze went to the well-fought battle for Switzerland, just ahead of the French. Then we look back to the Czech Republic and Egypt coming through in 5th and 6th. An announcement there. That was 6:43.79 for the Netherlands. That is a World Cup and world best time set by the Netherlands here in Sabaudia. Very quick race from the Dutch.
Una gara che resterà nel cuore, e consentitemi di sottolinearlo, grazie alla tecnologia ci danno l'input in questo istante con il tempo di 6:43.79. L'Olanda sul lago di Paola ha appena registrato il record del mondo in questa specialità. Quindi il nome di Sabaudia per i prossimi anni verrà riportato su tutti i programmi gare a seguire ovviamente alla ricerca di un nuovo record. L'ultimo record fu registrato a Poznań in Polonia nel 2016, quindi come potete sentire tantissimi anni, un nuovo record del mondo a Sabaudia con i colori dell'Olanda.
The victory ceremony for the lightweight men's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio pesi leggeri maschile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Medaglia di bronzo.
Norway! Norway represented by
Norvegia rappresentata da
Oscar Suedel and Jens Holm. Winners of the silver medal.
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Stefano Oppo. Pietro Ruta.
winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
Vincitori della medaglia d'oro e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Norway!
Norvegia.
Norway represented by
Norvegia rappresentata da
R. Strandli and Christopher Brunn. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up next, the A final for the women's quadruple sculls.
Siamo con la finale A del 4 di coppia femminile.
In lane 1, Hungary. In lane 2, the Netherlands won. In lane 3, Germany. In lane 4, Italy won. In lane 5, Poland won. And in lane 6, Norway.
A contendersi loro, Ungheria in acqua 1, Olanda in acqua 2, Germania in acqua 3, le azzurre, questa nuova formazione, Valentini Seppi, Veronica Lisi, Stefania Gobbi, Alessandra Montesano in acqua 4, in acqua 5 la Polonia, in acqua 6 la Norvegia.
In lane 1, we saw the Hungarians stroked by Kitty Horvat. In lane 2, we see the Netherlands stroked by Olivia van Rooyen. The Dutch world bronze medalists from 2019. In lane 3, we see the crew from Germany. In the stroke seat, Frida Hemerling. They came second at the World Cup just a few weeks ago in Lucerne, just behind the Chinese. In lane 4, the crew from Italy. In the stroke seat, Alessandro Montesano. This new combination from Italy, they came third in Lucerne. And in lane 5, Poland, stroked by Katarzyna Zilman. They were fourth in Lucerne just a few weeks ago. And in lane 6, Norway, stroked by Maja Lund.
Hungary, the Netherlands, Germany, Italy, Poland, Norway, attention.
And they're underway in the women's quadruple sculls, the A final of the women's quadruple sculls. We saw such a great race in Lucerne, but the Chinese were there. They're not here today in Sabaudia, so we're going to be looking at Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Poland, those 4 center crews, to see if they can land on the podium.
Una di quelle gare che devi tenere sotto controllo, la gara d'appello, la gara della verità. Benvenuti a Sabaudia, questo è il 4 di coppia femminile, perché in acqua 3 c'è la Germania, in acqua 4 l'Italia, in acqua 5 la Polonia, rispettivamente seconde, terze e quarte all'ultima prova di Coppa del Mondo. Grande assente la Cina, che vinse questa grande battaglia sulle acque magiche di Lucerna, ed oggi la possibilità sicuramente di una rivincita. La Germania, che vuole andare subito a mettere in chiaro la posizione, ma in questo momento si infila l'Olanda, che prova ad andare a rompere gli schemi e le uova nel paniere, e quindi riflettori puntati ancora a Germania, Olanda, Italia e Polonia per le medaglie che contano e che potrebbero spianare la strada verso i Giochi di Tokyo.
The Dutch have gone out hard. They used that strategy also a few weeks ago in Lucerne to see if they could race from the front, but they seemed to fade as the race went on, so we'll see what they can do today. Following them are the Polish right now, Germany just trailing behind that, and then Italy, but still lots to play as they come up to the 500-meter mark, Camilla.
Yes, and they'll be enjoying this tailwind in the big boats. We just saw that world best time set by the Dutch in the lightweight women's double sculls, and I'm sure there'll be some speedy times given how fast this wind is. And the Dutch out there enjoying it. They're up at 38 strokes a minute. This slightly new lineup in the Dutch combination shaken up just to try and find them a bit more speed. Nicole Burker's moving to the bow seat here, and she'll be guiding them down this course as they look back on the rest of the field, but they can't fall victim to the same race strategy they did in Lucerne. They want to stay here now, and they're keeping the Germans at bay, they're keeping the Polish at bay, and it's Germany now that start to move into silver medal position, with Poland slipping back ever so slightly into the grasps of Italy that sits in 4th. So your 1, 2, 3 at the moment is the Dutch, who are up by about half a length ahead of the Italians and the Germans, fighting it out there in silver and bronze alongside Poland.
Vediamo buona la posizione dell'Italia, siamo vicino ai 1000 metri, attacco in acqua 2 per l'Olanda che si porta a contatto con la Germania, Italia a seguire Polonia. Abbiamo 4 equipaggi, vediamo sulla stessa linea, mentre prosegue l'Olanda in acqua 2 a incrementare leggermente il vantaggio sulla Germania. Ecco attacco dell'Italia al passaggio ai 1000 metri che si porta in buonissima posizione, 4 imbarcazioni a contendersi sicuramente questa medaglia interessantissima delle 4 di coppia femminile.
Oh, the leading four crews, clear water ahead of Norway, ahead of Hungary, and it's a great race here. It's still half a length for the Netherlands ahead of Germany, but Germany fast moving. Their bow ball sits on Leila Yusufu in the 3 seat for the Netherlands, and they are gaining in silver medal position. It's then the race of the day between Italy and Poland for bronze medal position. It is so close. They are absolutely level pegging. The Italians actually slightly underrating. I never thought I'd say that against Poland as they come through this third quarter of the race, and this is going to be absolutely storming here in this women's quads race as they move towards you, Tim van Vliet.
Yeah, so that Dutch crew still in the lead, but the charge is unfolding from the quad from Germany with Franziska Kampmann in the 2 seat. She celebrated her birthday yesterday, and I think she would like to get a gold medal as a present in 600 meters time. But the Dutch still a canvas ahead of the German quad, then followed very closely by the Italians, who are now making their claim for the bronze medal position as Poland slips back ever so slightly. We still have the crew from Norway in 4th position, and then on the far side it's Hungary back in 5th. Or in 6th, I should say. But it's a very exciting race as the Germans now go for a big push. Just a bow ball ahead of the Dutch as they cross the 1500 meter mark, and the Italian crew still half a boat length back in bronze medal position. So it's everything to play for. I can't call this as of yet. It's 3 crews still with a possibility of getting the gold. The Dutch struggling a bit as the Germans row past, having the slightly better boat speed as they come towards the finish.
Oh, Tim, the women's quadruple sculls is such a fantastic boat class out there on the water. We see the Germans rowing through the Dutch now as we speak. The Dutch are going to try and hold on to that silver medal. They're starting to fade like they did in Lucerne, and we see Italy pushing up through the ranks and Poland going with them.
Mamma mia, guardate che spettacolo, la Germania che palata su palata rinviene benissimo andando in sorpasso sull'Olanda, ma l'Italia ne approfitta, è un po' come se fossimo ad una corsa ciclistica, cerca di andare in fuga ed è così che l'Italia prova la fuga, la prova davvero, si aggancia alla Germania, all'esterno c'è l'Olanda, ma rinviene anche la Polonia, sono 4 equipaggi sulla stessa linea a caccia delle medaglie.
Oh, there are 4 crews coming to the line. There's only 3 places, and I think the Dutch might just be fading as they come into the final few hundred meters of this race. The Germans out in the lead. The Italians have stormed through, and the Polish are the fastest moving boat on the water as they come up to the line. I think Germany's going to have done enough to take this gold medal here in Sabaudia, but it's going to be 3 boats across as they come up to the line for the next 2 medals. I think it's too close to call, but I think it's Italy for the silver medal, and Poland and the Netherlands a photo finish across the line. What a fantastic race.
Un capolavoro per le azzurre, capaci di rimanere sempre in corsa e in chiusura regalare un argento che spiana la strada verso i Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo. Oro alla Germania, argento all'Italia, bronzo alla Polonia.
Just to confirm those places for you, Germany with the gold medal, Italy came through in silver, and the bronze medal went to Poland, just 0.01 seconds ahead of the Netherlands. the victory ceremony for the lightweight women's double sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione doppio pesi leggeri femminile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Switzerland! Switzerland represented by
Svizzera rappresentata da
Frederik Rohl and Patricia Merz. Winners of the silver medal.
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Silvia Crosio, Federica Cesarini.
winners of the gold medal.
Vincitrici della medaglia d'oro.
The Netherlands! The Netherlands represented by
Olanda rappresentata da
Marika Keiser and Ilse Paulus. And last but not least, the winners of the World Rowing Cup 2021.
ed infine i vincitori della Coppa del Mondo di Carottaggio 2021.
France! Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
The A final for the men's quadruple sculls.
Ed è arrivato il momento della finale A del 4 di coppia maschile.
In lane 1, Poland. In lane 2, Italy won. In lane 3, Germany won. In lane 4, the Czech Republic. In lane 5, Germany 2. And in lane 6, Norway.
In acqua 1 la Polonia, in acqua 2 l'Italia, in acqua 3 la Germania, in acqua 4 la Repubblica Ceca, in acqua 5 ancora la Germania e in acqua 6 la Norvegia.
In lane 1, the Polish, stroked by Fabian Baranski, their world silver medalist from back in 2019. In lane 2, Italy won, stroked by Giacomo Gentili. European champions. In lane 3, Germany, stroked by Max Appel, the first German boat here. They were 6th in Lucerne just a few weeks ago. In lane 4, the Czech Republic, stroked by Filip Zima, new combination from the Czech Republic. In lane 5, the second German boat, stroked by Julius Rommelmann, moving up from the under 23 level.
Poland,
And in lane 6, Norway, stroked by Erik Solbakken.
Germany 1, Czech Republic, Germany 2, Norway,
And that's the green light for the A final of the men's quadruple sculls. We see a very quick start out there on the water from that crew from the Czech Republic and from the Germans here, getting off to the best start. This first German crew, they've had a bit of a bumpy season, but they came 3rd at the first World Rowing Cup in Zagreb. They're looking to be on the podium again here today. They get out to a quick start. Behind them, Italy won and the Czech Republic.
Una partenza veramente esplosiva per la formazione azzurra con Giacomo Gentili, Luca Rambaldi, Andrea Panizza e Simone Venier, capaci di rimanere subito incollati alla Germania, che dopo una stagione un po' su e giù sta cercando la nuova formazione, ma soprattutto un nuovo equilibrio. Per la Germania una sfida nella sfida, sono 2 i 4 di coppia appunto in finale in questa specialità, ma all'esterno occhi puntati ancora anche sulla Polonia, che prova davvero a rimanere agganciate al quadruplo azzurri, i nostri cavalieri delle acque, che lì in acqua numero 2 vogliono suonare la carica in casa.
So Italy making their move there in the early stages of this race, just pushing past the Germans here out on the lake in Sabaudia. And this Italian crew, they are European champions from Varese. We'll expect to see them be able to put down a good race as they come up towards the 500-meter mark. Italy in the lead as they're heading your way, Camilla.
Yes, the Italian organising committee here will love to see it. This crew moving at quite the speed. They're up at 40 strokes a minute. Giacomo Gentili in the stroke seat, just keeping them to 40, which at this point in the race, we're almost 700 metres in, is quite remarkable. But they are being chased down hard. The Germans, who were early leaders here, the crew stroked by Max Appel, the one that is closest to them, and they'll be able to see them just out of the corner of their right eye, closing in, and the Italians sit there in gold medal position. But behind Germany won, well, it's still extremely close. We have to look to both the Polish crew, we mentioned the medal calibre in that crew, but I spy a name sat at 2 in the Norwegian crew, Olaf Tufte in the 2 seat for Norway, and he's certainly going to be piling this very young crew that sits around him down this course. We know they can certainly put on a sprint, and they're moving now in this few strokes towards the 1,000-metre marker. They look like they're flying towards Germany and Poland and moving themselves up into a medal position. But through the 1,000, it's going to be Italy now with a length lead over Germany 1. It's then going to be the Norwegians that hit bronze medal position, perhaps even silver, leaving Poland back in 4th.
Va l'Italia, comando, vediamo il passaggio ai 1000 metri, attacco all'esterno anche della Norvegia e la Germania, vediamo, rimane a punta con la Norvegia e a Polonia in acqua 1, ma è l'Italia a condurre. Segue ancora, ormai ha trovato il passo ideale per rimanere davanti e gestire questo vantaggio acquisito già all'altezza di metà percorso. Grande l'Italia con Venier, Panizza, Rambaldi, Gentile, equipaggio del gruppo nautico Fiamme Gialle di Sabaudia.
Well, this Italian crew so on form. They're the fastest moving boat on the water alongside the Norwegians at the moment, who sit in silver medal position. Just really incredible stuff here from Gentili, Rambaldi, Benizza and Vernier as they move through this third quarter towards Tim.
Absolute fabulous stuff from the European champions, Italy. They are a length clear over the rest of the field, but the crew you mentioned before, Camilla, the crew from Norway with Olaf Tufte in the 2 seat is really moving very good in the third quarter. There, I think they are in silver medal position as they come across the 1500 meter mark, and it's still Germany won with Tim Olenaske in the bow seat, still in the mix for a bronze medal, as the Polish silver medalist from 2019 back in 4th, the second crew from Germany in 5th, and then the crew from the Czech Republic in 6th. But yeah, it looks very good for the Azzurri, still rating 40 strokes a minute as they come towards the Red Bull area. I'm really curious to see. It would be a fabulous silver medal for Norway if they can clinch it on the line. They're still looking very good for that silver medal, and the first crew from Germany currently in bronze. Back to you, Gillian.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah, this is a really great race from the Norwegians to try and hold on to that silver medal position. But as I'm talking, the Germans making a bit of a push here, trying to get back into contention as well. And let's not leave out Poland. Let's see what they can do into the final stages. But Italy dominating this race.
Brillano gli azzurri, si accende anche una luce su questo 4 di coppia che in chiusura continua ad incrementare il numero dei colpi, quasi a voler dimostrare di essere ancora una volta il più forte. Cerca all'interno di rinvenire ancora la Norvegia, ma è l'Italia che aggancia perché vuole andare ad acciuffare questa medaglia d'oro. Attenzione all'esterno, ultime palate, ci si gioca un oro preziosissimo e gli azzurri non lasciano nemmeno le briciole. A lei in chiusura.
Brilliant sprint from the Norwegians there on the far side, but coming up to the line, Italy will take the gold medal in the men's quadruple sculls, followed by Norway just a fraction ahead of Germany. And then we look back to the rest of the field. Poland will come through in that 4th position, Germany and the Czech Republic just crossing the line now.
Sul traguardo la conferma, bellissime queste immagini. Abbiamo visto inquadrato il 4 di coppia azzurro, capace di conquistare il successo, la vittoria, la medaglia d'oro sulle acque del lago di Paola a Sabaudia. Seconda posizione per la Norvegia, terza la Germania 1.
The victory ceremony for the women's quadruple sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 di coppia femminile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Poland. Poland represented by
Polonia rappresentata da
Katarzyna Zilman. Maria Zajac. Marta Widishko. And Agnieszka Kobus-Zawalska. Winners of the silver medal.
Vincitrici della medaglia d'argento.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Veronica Lisi, Stefania Gobbi, Alessandra Montesano, Valentina Iseppi.
winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
Vincitori della medaglia d'oro e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Germany! Germany represented by
Germania rappresentata da
Vida Heimering, Carlotta Nwadija, Franziska Kompmann, and Daniela Schulze. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
We move on to the A final for the men's single sculls.
Ci spostiamo ora con la finale A del singolo maschile.
In lane 1, Poland 1. In lane 2, Italy 2. In lane 3, Germany 1. In lane 4, Denmark 1. In lane 5, Croatia. And in lane 6, Norway 1.
Polonia in acqua 1, Italia in acqua 2 con Gennaro Di Mauro, in acqua 3 la Germania, in acqua 4 la Danimarca, in acqua 5 la Croazia, in acqua 6 la Norvegia.
Such a high-class field out there in the men's single sculls. This could be the Olympic final. In lane 1, Natan Wyrzymski-Szymczak, the only one not qualified to go to Tokyo. In lane 2, Gennaro Di Mauro of Italy. The young talent out there for the Italian squad. In lane 3, Oliver Zeidler for Germany. In lane 4, Sverre Nielsen, Denmark. In lane 5, Damir Martin of Croatia. And in lane 6, Kjetil Borch of Norway. And they're underway, the A final of the men's single sculls. Such a fantastic field out there on the water. All of these big, powerful men's single scullers we have in lanes 1, 2, and 3. They're all over 2 meters out there on the water. So a fantastically powerful field coming down in the men's single sculls.
Una partenza veramente veloce, ma una partenza che strizza l'occhio all'Italia. Gennaro Di Mauro infatti è passato subito davanti, è partito molto forte a 46 colpi al minuto e sta di fatto dominando in questa prima frazione fuori dai blocchi. Probabilmente l'acido lattico non fa paura, è davanti anche al campione del mondo Oliver Zeidler, atleta della Germania, benissimo anche la Norvegia all'esterno in acqua numero 6, ottime aspettative e possibilità di successo quindi per lo sculler azzurro in questa prima frazione di gara.
So we saw Gennaro Di Mauro rating at 45 strokes a minute for the first 250 meters. He's gone out to a quick lead. We've seen this strategy from him before. Get out as much as fast as possible. But going together with him, Kjetil Borch of Norway. They're in lane 6, riding with Kjetil Borch. But we'll have to obviously keep our eyes on the 2 men in the middle lanes, Ollie Zeidler and Sverre Nielsen in lanes 3 and 4. So they come up to the 500-meter mark, Camilla, and I think still a lot left to go in this race.
Absolutely, Gillian, a lot left to go, especially in single sculls, but it is unusual to see Zeidler lagging behind. He's not just in second, he's in fourth, in fact, going through the 500-metre marker. Not a position he likes to see himself in, but it is slightly bumpy out here on the water. We know he doesn't favour those choppy conditions, but a great start for the young Italian, just 19 years old, Gennaro Di Mauro, from Napoli, just down the road here from Sabaudia, but training in Rome. He's really going to be enjoying having a World Cup right on his doorstep, but he slipped back ever so slightly now to Kjetil Borch, the world champion from 2017, who's been in and around that podium with Nielsen, with Zeidler, and he is a really strong starter, Kjetil. So he's now moving through. He went through the 500 in first. He's now starting to push ahead into a more established lead, and it's Nielsen that emerges from the pack into silver medal position through the second 500. It's then a fight between Zeidler and Di Mauro for bronze, leaving Martin and Wyrzymski-Szymczak back in 5th and 6th, but still mostly overlap between all of these scullers coming towards us here at halfway.
Grazie Camilla, grande stella qui sta nascendo per gli azzurri. Vediamo Gennaro Di Mauro che sta contendendo, vediamo sia Zeidler che Nielsen della Danimarca, ma è ancora, vediamo, Gennaro Di Mauro che riesce a rimanere a contatto. 4 gli equipaggi che si stanno contendendo, diciamo, il passaggio ai 1000 metri, e passa Norvegia con Croazia, Italia e Germania per le prime posizioni. Un leggero momento, vediamo, di pausa pausa volante, cerca di rimanere ancora a contatto ma ha allentato leggermente in queste ultime battute, mentre ne approfitta ancora a salire di colpi la Germania, il campione del mondo di Oliver, sulla Danimarca e la Croazia per le prime 3 posizioni. Prosegue ancora, vediamo Di Mauro a non mollare il colpo in acqua e cerca di essere a contatto, vediamo, con la Norvegia e la Polonia in acqua 1.
De Mauro slipping back now. I think that was costly, that very electric start that he had. He's slipping back and back now, and he sits in 6th position. But man of the moment at the moment, Borch still leading Nielsen, still leading Zeidler. All importantly, will we see the world champion toppled here at the expense of the Norwegian and the Danish sculler, Sverre Nielsen, who's closing in. He sits in silver medal position at the moment, but he's pulling up alongside Borch, Tim.
Yes, and Ollie Zeidler going for a massive push in the second part of the third 500, and he's raising the rate 38 strokes a minute, and is trying to overhaul Sverre Nielsen and Kjetil Borch, who is still in front, but it's only half a canvas in favor of the sculler from Norway, who looks to his left to see the rest of the competition. I think Sverre Nielsen looks very good, just about leading the field now. It's a great race, fantastic final here in the men's singles sculls. Ollie Zeidler still a half a boat length behind the two leading scullers from Norway and Denmark. Sverre Nielsen looking very handy and very cool in these choppy conditions. We have a nice tailwind which may favor the slightly less powerful Sverre Nielsen, and Ollie Zeidler struggling now, still half a length back. So it's been a wonderful final, Gillian, as they come to you. Who's going to get the gold medal, do you think, with 400 meters still left to go?
Oh, Tim, yeah, you're absolutely right. What a fantastic race in the men's singles sculls. We're seeing almost 3 boats across as Ollie Zeidler comes back, making another shift, trying to get back up on Sverre Nielsen and Kjetil Borch. Kjetil Borch usually going out quickly and fading towards the end of the race, but he isn't as they're into the red buoys.
In questa ultima frazione, entrando nelle boe rosse, si accende veramente l'attesa, perché la Danimarca e la Norvegia stanno mettendo in difficoltà il campione del mondo. La Germania in questo momento prova a rinvenire, ma ancora grande determinazione all'esterno per riuscire a mantenere questa buona posizione. In acqua 6 la Norvegia non vuole mollare, guardate, 3 equipaggi sulla stessa linea dopo 2000 metri.
Ollie Zeidler's up at 40 strokes a minute, trying to get back on Sverre Nielsen. Kjetil Borch desperately trying to hang on, up at 41 strokes a minute. Sverre Nielsen down at 39 strokes a minute, and I think Ollie Zeidler might be rowing through him as I'm talking. They're coming up to the line, 3 boats across in the men's singles sculls. Sverre Nielsen, Kjetil Borch, and Ollie Zeidler up to the line, and it's too close to call. I think it might have been Kjetil Borch ahead of Sverre Nielsen and Ollie Zeidler. But what an incredible race in the men's singles sculls. We'll confirm those places for you as they come up on our screen.
3 barche sulla stessa linea, volevate vederle? Le abbiamo viste proprio nel singolo maschile. Un arrivo meraviglioso davvero nel singolo maschile. Ricordiamo ancora la vittoria della Norvegia, al secondo posto la Danimarca, terza la Germania.
Oh, we see a nice smile from Ollie Zeidler there. What a great race. The final positions, we have Norway's Kjetil Borch taking the win here in the men's single sculls, followed by Sverre Nielsen of Denmark. Ollie Zeidler coming through with that bronze medal, but just a fraction of a second in it between those 3 scullers. In 4th was Damir Martin of Croatia. 5th went to Poland's Natan Wrzymski-Szymtek, and 6th to Italy's Gennaro Di Mauro. the victory ceremony for the men's quadruple sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione 4 di coppia maschile.
Winners of the bronze medal.
Vincitori della medaglia di bronzo.
Germany! Germany represented by
Germania rappresentata da
Max Oppel, Hans Grüne, Karl Schulze, and Tim Olenaska. Winners of the silver medal.
vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Norway! Norway represented by
Norvegia rappresentata da
Erik Solbakken, Jan Helvig, Olaf Tufte, and Martin Helseth. Winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
vincitori della medaglia d'oro e vincitori della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia rappresentata da Giacomo Gentili, Luca Rambaldi, Andrea Panizza, Simone Venier,
Let's hear it for all our medalists.
applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Up next, the penultimate race of the day, the A final in the women's single sculls.
Siamo già pronti con la penultima finale del nostro programma di questa Coppa del Mondo, è il singolo femminile.
In lane 1, Sweden. In lane 2, Great Britain 1. In lane 3, Ukraine. In lane 4, Netherlands 1. In lane 5, Namibia. And in lane 6, Germany.
in acqua 1 la Svezia, in acqua 2 la Gran Bretagna, in acqua 3 l'Ucraina, in acqua 4 l'Olanda, in acqua 5 la Namibia e poi ancora all'esterno a chiudere la Germania in acqua 6.
In lane 1 for Sweden, Lovisa Claesson. In lane 2 for Great Britain, Lola Anderson. Coming up from the under 23 level. In lane 3 for Ukraine, Diana Dimchenko. She was 6th at the European Championships earlier this year. In lane 4 for the Netherlands, Sophie Sauer. In lane 5 for Namibia, Maika Diekman.
Sweden,
And in lane 6 for Germany, Pia
Great
Greiten.
Britain, Ukraine, the Netherlands, Namibia, Germany. Attention.
And that's the buzzer in the women's single sculls, the A final in the women's single sculls. Off to the best start. There was Diana Dimchenko of Ukraine just poking her boat out in front of the rest, making the best of it. But right behind her, the young talent Pia Greiten of Germany.
Una partenza veramente esplosiva per Diana Dimchenko, atleta ucraina, ma che di fatto è per metà atleta del territorio, perché si allena proprio a Sabaudia. 39 i colpi al minuto per questa atleta, sesta ai campionati europei della skiranna a Varese. Ma attenzione alla Germania, che sicuramente, puntando su una giovane promessa del remo, sta provando a fare l'andatura insieme all'Olanda in acqua 4.
So as they settle into their race pace, Sophie Sauer just making a bit of a push there, trying to get back into the lead. She's riding currently behind the young German sculler as they come up to the 300-meter mark. That quick start from Diana Dimchenko holds her still in that third position, but a very close race, just a boat length between all 6 scullers out there on the water as they're coming up to 400 meters. Camilla, what's your money on in this race?
Well, for me, I think it's hard to look past Sophie Sauer. She's got the experience at the Europeans, like you say, a very strong sculler here for the Netherlands. But another experienced athlete, Dimchenko from Ukraine, the bronze medalist from the 2018 European Championships. I feel like the young German has gone out hard, but we saw what happened to De Mauro from Italy in the men's equivalent races. These young scullers can go out hard, but it's holding on and having that mature race plan through the centre of the course that's going to get you across the line in that medal position. But it is going to be still Pia Greiten from the Onsebrück Rowing Club in Germany out there in first position over that 500-metre timing marker. But she's being put under pressure by both Sauer and Dimchenko that are closing in now. Greiten still with the fastest boat speed on the water, though. She's going to try and fend them off for as long as she possibly can. But what a great race behind her just taking place there as the bow balls of both Dimchenko and Sauer cruise along side by side in silver medal position. It's going to be too tight to separate them. Lola Anderson of Great Britain, another youngster stepping up here to the senior level, her senior debut from Newcastle University and Leander Club. Lola Anderson, coached by Peter Shepherd, is still up with this leading group, trying to get themselves onto the podium. She only sits half a length back on Dimchenko, who's now gone into the lead. She's taken Pia Greiten as they move towards us here at the 1,000-metre marker, and it's starting to look more and more like that very familiar chevron that we get, where Dimchenko in the centre lane is leading the way. Sauer now starting to try and move more confidently into silver medal position, but Greiten still holding that down, and it's Anderson that sits almost in third and fourth, depending on which way you look at it.
Prosegue la corsa, vediamo al comando con Diana Dimchenko a condurre, cerca di incrementare e allungare per proiettarsi al comando. Siamo al passaggio ai 1000 metri, vediamo a seguire l'Olanda, ma alla corsia 6 vediamo la Germania che cerca di attaccare, ecco, si va a unire vicino alla Diana Dimchenko sempre in testa a condurre. Grande finale questa del singolo senior femminile. Sicuramente gioca in casa la nostra Diana, ma la grande, vediamo la Germania con Pia Kreiten in acqua 6, cerca di rimanere a contatto. Sono 3 le atlete, vediamo a portarsi abbastanza con divario nei confronti dell'altra concorrente, e la corsa al comando è ancora Diana a condurre.
Out the back in 5th and 6th, we've got Lovisa Kleisen. She had that great sprint yesterday in the semi-final to make it through to this A final. And Pia Greiten, and Micah Diekman from Namibia out in 6th. But this is really great stuff behind Dimchenko. The local from Sabaudia, representing Ukraine, has now established her lead with about a length now over the rest of the field. She's got a length on Sophie Sauer that moves into silver medal position. It's then Pia Greiten that slips back into bronze ahead of Lola Anderson, who's still got overlap in 4th position for those podium places, Tim.
Yeah, Dimchenko making the absolute best of these cross tailwind conditions. It's a bit blustery even here from the 1500 meter mark, but yeah, Dimchenko from the Ukraine, she trains here a lot. She knows this lake like the back of her hand, and she's making it a great final for her. Sophie Sauers in securing that silver medal, but she was the favorite to get the gold. If we looked at the way she rode in the semi-final, she's tracking Dimchenko with 500 meters left to go, but there is a little bit of clear water between the sculler from the Ukraine and the sculler from the Netherlands, and then it's still Pia Greiter from Germany who is in bronze medal position, and Lola Anderson from Great Britain on the far side. She is actually she's putting down really long and powerful strokes, 31 strokes a minute, but she's in 4th medal position. So if she wants to get a medal here in Sabaudia, she has to make a move and get past Pia Greiten from Germany. Dimchenko still out in front, little push from Sophie Sauer from the Netherlands, but she has some distance to make up if she wants to get the gold medal at the finish.
Yeah, Sophie Sauer making a push, and then Diana Dimchenko just responding there, keeping her boat out to a boat length lead ahead of Sophie Sauer, and then Pia Greiten still in that 3rd position, but boat speed is with the British sculler Lola Anderson as they come into the red buoys.
Mamma mia, queste boe rosse che segnano un po' il cambio di passo, o meglio, quella ultima frazione di gara che di conseguenza va così ad accendere ancora di più la competizione verso il traguardo, e la competizione l'ha accesa ben molto prima Diana Dimchenko, che con i colori dell'Ucraina continua a fare l'andatura davanti all'Olanda. Per la 3ª posizione la Germania, una vittoria che potrebbe rappresentare una grande occasione di riscatto per questa atleta ucraina, che dopo la 6ª posizione ai campionati europei nelle acque di casa potrebbe andare così a mettersi la corona della Coppa del Mondo.
Diana Dimchenko still out in the lead. Sophie Sauer hanging on to that silver medal behind her, but then it's anything between Pia Greiten and Lola Anderson of Germany and Great Britain. Up to the line, Diana Dimchenko will take the gold medal. Sophie Sauer behind her at the silver medal, and I think it will go to Lola Anderson for the bronze medal, just ahead of Pia Greiten from Germany. Then we look back to Sweden's Lovisa Kleisen and Namibia's Micah Diekman.
Un bronzo al fotofinish, ma con l'oro all'Ucraina e l'argento all'Olanda. Queste le sorti sul traguardo del singolo femminile.
the victory ceremony for the men's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione singolo maschile.
Winner of the bronze medal and winner of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
Vincitore della medaglia di bronzo e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Germany.
Germania.
Oliver Zeidler. Winner of the silver medal representing Denmark.
Vincitore della medaglia d'argento in rappresentanza della Danimarca.
Sverre Nielsen. Winner of the gold medal representing Norway.
Vincitore della medaglia d'oro Norvegia.
Kjetil Borch. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
Just to confirm the final positions from the women's single sculls that last race. In first position, Diana Dimchenko of Ukraine. Sophie Sauer from the Netherlands took the silver medal, and Lola Anderson of Great Britain took bronze ahead of Pia Grayton of Germany in the fourth place. Fifth place went to Lovisa Claesson of Sweden, and sixth place to Micah Diekman of Namibia. Up next, the last A final of the day, the men's 8.
Siamo arrivati all'ultima finale di giornata e di questa terza prova di Coppa del Mondo a Sabaudia, la finale dell'otto maschile.
Two boats contesting this race. In lane 1, Italy won. In lane 2, Germany.
Due le nazioni in gara, a caccia dell'oro. In acqua 1 gli azzurri, l'Italia, e in acqua 2 la Germania.
There in lane 1, the Italian crew, stroked by Leonardo Pietra Campini. And in lane 2 for Germany, stroked by Hannes Osik. The Germans having had a bit of a bumpy season so far, but they said they're happy to be here racing again, getting another chance to race. They're racing with a spare on board the bow seat, Maximilian Korge. He's in for Richard Schmidt. That's made Johannes Wiesenfeld move into the 7th seat in the German boat.
Italy, Germany. Attention.
And that's the green light in the men's 8, the A final of the men's 8. This German crew, they have a sub on board, but we're expecting them to have a very quick race here in Sabaudia. They'll want to pull out to a quick lead ahead of Italy, and they've done that just absolutely shooting out of the blocks in this last A final of the day.
È l'ultima finale di giornata, è l'ultima chance di medaglia, ma è l'ultima occasione di test per la Germania prima dei Giochi Olimpici di Tokyo. Una Germania un po' su e giù durante questa stagione ed oggi in finale un cambio a bordo con l'inserimento della riserva al numero 8 a Prodiere, quindi un cambio anche nella disposizione a bordo di questa imbarcazione, rinnovata e diversa rispetto a quella vista venerdì nella gara di test generale. L'Italia è seconda, mezza imbarcazione per la Germania, fuori dai blocchi, molto forte, sta viaggiando a 2 colpi in meno rispetto agli azzurri, ma è veramente incisivo e pressante il colpo in acqua.
It's the last race for the Deutschen Achter before they head to Tokyo later on this summer. They said they've spent the last 6 weeks training hard, and they're happy to be here racing again, finding their rhythm again since their disappointing 4th place finish at the European Championships earlier on this season. They've taken a boat length lead as they come up to the 500-meter mark. Camilla, I think this is a very clear race, but what does it look like from your perspective out there on the water?
Yeah, I think it is going to be a very clear race, but with fast conditions, it will be exciting to see how fast the Germans can go in these big tailwind conditions. And aside from the fact that it's nice to have fast crews racing, the tailwind means that we could hear the start here at the 1,000-meter marker. It's great. It was blowing the sound towards us of the roll call, of the starts, and we could hear the coxes of both Germany and Italy encouraging their crews through that first 500. But this is a really incredible performance here for the Germans. We've said a sub on board. They had a sub on board as well at World Cup 2 in Lucerne. So very limited opportunity for this German crew to actually demonstrate, well, and practice, in fact, for Tokyo that is just around the corner. It'll be really nail-biting stuff come the summer, but they look fantastic here out in front. Hannes Otschek, the big man in the stroke seat, setting the rhythm as always. He's very familiar at doing that. They're at 39 strokes a minute, although the Italians actually matching speed with them coming through this 1,000-meter mark. They're really throwing everything at it. They've still got overlap, the canvas of the Italian bows, overlap with Martin Sauer in the coxswain seat for the German 8. But with every single stroke, the Germans try and get that little bit more water. They look very clean and together, despite that seat switch up, bringing Johannes Weissenfeld into the 7 seat to transfer that rhythm. It's a very important seat, that 7 seat, and he's performing that duty extremely well. It's a length to Germany as they head away from me here.
Prosegue la corsa, vediamo, della Germania, una marcia in più, vediamo qualche colpo in meno, ma la resa è maggiore, vediamo, da parte della Germania, che conduce con circa un'imbarcazione. Cerca l'Italia adesso, ha trovato un colpo sicuramente interessante in acqua per crescere leggermente e avvicinarsi molto bene alla Germania. Saranno interessanti questi ultimi 750 metri per l'Italia, cercare di rifarsi e riportarsi con la Germania per riuscire quantomeno ad avere meno acqua per completare il suo percorso, ma cresce ancora. Vediamo la Germania, voi agli ultimi 500 metri per questa finale dell'8 senior.
Well, the Italians keeping the Germans honest here, Tim, through 500 metres to go.
Yeah, you're perfectly right, Camilla. The Italians are staying with the German crew. I think the German crew trying to break clear water as they come past me at the 1500 meter mark. But I think the German crew will put the afterburners on for the last 500 meters. It's a quick race for 4:03 at the 1.5 kilometer stage. So I'm very interested to see what time they can produce here in the A final. But it looks very good from the German crew, despite the fact they have the sub on board. But the Italians really tracking it well and even clawing back some of the deficit, because I think the Italians already started sprinting, Gillian.
I think you're right, Tim, and it's a very honest race from the Italians, a very valiant effort from the Italian crew to stick contact with the Germans as they come into the red buoys.
Siamo alle boie rosse, in quest'ultima frazione ci si gioca il tutto e per tutto e vorrei chiudere dicendo peccato per gli azzurri perché in questo momento stanno viaggiando più forte dal segnale GPS rispetto alla Germania, ma il vantaggio della Germania oramai è incolmabile, quindi Germania pronta a vincere l'ultima medaglia d'oro di questa Coppa del Mondo davanti all'Italia.
Coming up to the line and the Germans looking set. It wasn't a surprise, but they've now confirmed it. Gold for Germany in the men's 8, followed by silver for the Italian crew. A very good effort from Italy there in the men's 8.
Sul traguardo la conferma, la vittoria della Germania con 5-24-87 davanti agli azzurri per la medaglia d'argento.
The victory ceremony for the women's single sculls.
Cerimonia di premiazione singolo femminile.
Winner of the bronze medal representing Great Britain,
Vincitrice della medaglia di bronzo, Gran Bretagna.
Lola Anderson. Winner of the silver medal representing the Netherlands,
Vincitrice della medaglia d'argento, dall'Olanda.
Sophie Sauer. Winner of the gold medal representing Ukraine,
Vincitrice della medaglia d'oro, dall'Ucraina.
Diana Dimchenko. And last but not least, the winner of the World Rowing Cup 2021,
Ed infine il vincitore della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Austria! Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo le nostre medagliate.
Stay with us for just a few more moments. We have still one more victory ceremony, the ceremony for the men's 8.
Rimanete con noi, abbiamo ancora una premiazione per andare ad archiviare questa fantastica Coppa del Mondo tricolore a Sabaudia. Avremo la premiazione del lotto maschile per chiudere in bellezza un 3 giorni davvero indimenticabile. Restate con noi.
The victory ceremony for the men's 8.
Cerimonia di premiazione 8 maschile.
Winners of the silver medal.
Vincitori della medaglia d'argento.
Italy! Italy represented by
Italia, rappresentata da Leonardo Pietracaprina, Emanuele Capponi, Vincenzo Abbagnale, Cesare Gabbia, Emanuele Gaetani Liseo, Davide Mumolo, Salvatore Monfrecola, Alfonso Scalzone e Luca Parlato.
winners of the gold medal and winners of the 2021 World Rowing Cup.
Vincitori della medaglia d'oro e della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021.
Germany! Germany represented by
Germania, rappresentata da
Martin Sauer, Hannes Osik, Johannes Wiesefeld, Malte Jakschik, Jakob Schneider, Torben Johannessen, Olaf Rogezak, Laurits Vollert, and Maximilian Korge. Let's hear it for all our medalists.
Applaudiamo i nostri medagliati.
The results of the World Cup, overall World Cup. In the third place, the Netherlands with 80 points. In second place, Italy with 88 points. And the winners, Germany with 99 points.
Ed ora la classifica generale della Coppa del Mondo di canottaggio 2021. Al terzo posto con 80 punti l'Olanda, al secondo posto 88 punti l'Italia. Vince la Coppa del Mondo, la classifica generale con punti 99 la Germania.
A big thanks to everyone for following along here for this third World Rowing Cup in Sabaudia. It was a fantastic event. A big thanks as well to all the volunteers, officials, athletes, and the organizing committee for making it all possible to race here in Sabaudia. Racing will be again in Sabaudia next year for the European Junior Championships, so we'll hope to see you all back then.
Siamo arrivati al termine di una Coppa del Mondo sperata, desiderata, costruita in squadra e soprattutto promossa a pieni voti. Un grazie di cuore al comitato organizzatore, a tutti i volontari e a tutte le persone che hanno permesso di realizzare questo grande appuntamento remiero mondiale. Dalla torre d'arrivo di Sabaudia è veramente tutto, ma è un arrivederci al prossimo anno per i campionati europei juniores del 2022.